Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council completed its closed session consideration of items CA 4.1 and CA 4.2. We will return to those items later in the meeting. Before we do the member motions run through, I would take the release of member holds. All right, so we'll go through the members' motions. MM. MM 5.1. Okay, it's on the screen. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to the Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. I'd like to hold the item down. MM 5.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Hold. Was that Deputy Mayor Minawong? Yes. Yeah. Okay. MM 5.3. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 5.4. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
MM 5.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Okay. I only have one person that's carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 5.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 5.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 5.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 5.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Ten has been withdrawn.
And I'd like a recorded vote on the next
MM 511. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required, is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 3-20. MM 512. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 513. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 514. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On recorded vote? Recorded vote. On the item, recorded vote, yes. The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
MM 515. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 516. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. You want a recorded vote? Councillor Fletcher, did you want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Counselor Wong Tam, please.
Counselor Thompson, please. Counselor Thompson?
The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
MM 517. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who, recorded vote?
The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
MM 518. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded?
Counselor Pasternak, Counselor Carroll, thank you.
The item carries 22 to 3.
MM 519. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Recorded?
Counselor Fillion and Counselor Wong Tam, please.
The item carries 24 to 1.
Okay, motion to reopen. On favor, carried. Let's do it again.
Counselor Wong Tam, Counselor Fillion, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
MM 520. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Who said hold? Okay, held. MM 521. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 522. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice.
Oh. It will be fixed. Can somebody fix
This,
it? And I'll refresh.
this motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. And we'll make the correction.
It was him. It was Cole.
MM 523. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 524, notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 525. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. We've dealt with 26. MM 527, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 528. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Fillion, please.
The item carries 25 to 1.
MM 529. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, pardon? Hold? Okay. MM 530. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 531. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 532. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Recorded? On 32.
The item carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
MM 533. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 534. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item? Recorded.
Counselor Perks, Counselor Pasternak. Thank you.
The item is adopted, 25 to 1.
So now we'll go to our timed item, which is page 3. Page 3. Hello, excuse me, hello. Please, if I can have some quiet, please. We're gonna... No, but when everybody's talking and I'm trying to explain to council what we're doing, it's hard. Okay. We're on page 3. We're doing the timed item, which is PH 3.1, as of right zoning for secondary suites. So do we have questions to staff on this item? If you can put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Chief Planner and the planning staff. Have I got this right? So the proposal here are amendments to the zoning bylaws which would change a number of things pertaining to secondary suites that would create an as of right, or in other words, lift some of the restrictions on the secondary suites.
Yes, through the Speaker, the draft zoning bylaw amendment before you deals with a few of the city's zoning bylaw provisions. First one being that currently secondary suites are permitted citywide, but there is what we call a 5-year rule with those secondary suites where the house has to be in existence for 5 years before the secondary suite is permitted. So we're proposing to delete that 5-year rule. The other part of this is around normalizing the parking requirements. Some areas of the city do not require parking for secondary suites. and we are proposing to not require a parking space for the first secondary suite citywide in a uniform manner.
Thank
And
you.
then thirdly, we're harmonizing what we define as a secondary suite to make sure that it's subordinate to the main unit in the house.
I just wondered, normally if a homeowner that wants to build a secondary suite runs afoul of some of the zoning requirements, their normal cause for relief is to go to the Committee of Adjustment.
That's correct.
Do we have any sense of how many times somebody's gone to the Committee of Adjustment in the case of a secondary suite to seek relief on parking requirements?
I have Mr. Mitzi answer that question.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we actually did run a query on how many times in 2018 the word secondary suite appears in minor variance applications. A little bit to our surprise, it only appeared 13 times out of 4,000 applications. It doesn't mean that a variance that may have related to a secondary suite might not have gone to the C of A identified a little differently, but the number's very low.
Okay, would I be fair to describe the zoning regime of the city in that we've got the R zone, which predominantly represents the downtown or the more urban areas, and the RD zone, which represents mostly the suburban areas around the city. Is that a empirically correct
It's
statement?
about a 1/3, 2/3 split. Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay. And so the proposal here is to not change the parking requirements in the R zone, which is the inner city, but to reduce the parking requirements, which is in the suburban area of the city.
Yes, that's correct. Currently, we do not require a parking spot for the, in the R zone in the former cities.
Right.
And the pre-war cities of Mimico, for example, and some parts of Etobicoke and York.
Do require one parking space, and would it be fair to say that these areas are generally represented by single detached homes with driveways, garages, or maybe open parking?
Very generally speaking,
Very
more space in that suburban context, yes.
Okay, so people aren't necessarily running very often into trouble where they can't provide a parking space.
Generally, I would say by observation and experience, the driveways are a lot larger and able to accommodate more cars.
Would I be correct in generally stating, and I've got some maps to show it, that the R zone and the on-street parking regime that we've got in the city are roughly congruent in their shape and in their, because they're really based on the urban form?
I believe so, and the cultural differences around acceptance of on-street parking in some areas versus other areas of the city.
So, and I appreciate that, the cultural difference, and would you agree that, from a planner's eye, characteristics of neighborhoods are defined by their streets and defined by parking on the street, and perhaps the lack of on-street parking does contribute to a suburban look and feel, that's something that a planner could appreciate or qualify.
Certainly appreciate it. People get used to certain things, and that's their experience of those areas.
Okay, and so the last question is I guess we ran some public consultations. Could you give some comment on, to what level and who gave the comments that they had issues with parking requirements being a barrier to the creation of secondary suites? What is the genesis of this particular ask?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we did do citywide community consultation. We went to the 4 community council areas to hold public meetings. We did hear back from people, in particular in the 3 community councils outside the downtown, that requiring a parking space was a disincentive or a barrier to building or including a secondary suite in homes in those areas.
That was your last question. Sorry, I wasn't. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you. In North York, for townhouses, the width of townhouses are getting narrower and narrower. I'm thinking something 18 feet wide could get approved, could get approval from the planning department. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, yes. Typically, townhouse coming in project sizes can be quite narrow, yes.
so would you, 15 feet, is that too narrow? Generally, and what you've approved?
By recollection, it could be that narrow.
Yeah,
You may be
okay.
thinking of some particularly that,
So you're squishing all these townhouses in, and in areas like North York, where people are more likely to drive than if living downtown, with all these townhouses squished in, and you removing these requirements for all of these townhouses to have second suites, where exactly are they supposed to park?
well, the experience that we've had with introducing a secondary suite is really driven by the homeowner, and if they desire to have a secondary suite and renting out a secondary suite, they may choose to rent it out to somebody who doesn't have a car. I think generally speaking, the sizes of the units don't correlate to car ownership as strongly as larger size units. So there are a lot of factors around whether or not someone would actually determine that they want to place a secondary suite in their home, including in townhouses.
What
If
do you do-
townhouses are purpose-built and secondary suites are part of the townhouse complex, then often the parking is developed and accommodated from the get-go when those townhouses are originally conceived and developed.
So you're looking at it from the perspective, in terms of answering your question, from the perspective of the homeowner as opposed to everybody else who lives in some dense townhouse developments. And so it might be okay for the homeowner to rent a secondary suite, but then you have all these additional cars and they've got no place to park. What do you tell all the neighbors who don't want those secondary suites and who have that illegal parking on the street? And they can't get parking enforcement to come by to write them tickets, which I don't think is an unreasonable or an impractical scenario. I think most councillors would know trying to get parking enforcement is at best a challenge sometimes.
Well, again, through the speaker, my opinion would be that the incidental creation of secondary suites in townhouses is going to be highly dependent on the nature of those buildings, whether or not one townhouse is more conducive to creating a townhouse over another, or a secondary suite. But I don't believe that we're creating, overall, we're going to create a parking problem given the nature, the subordinate nature of these secondary suites and where they occur. I think generally speaking, they're going to occur where they will work normally and naturally.
So you said you don't, it's going to create a problem. Have you done any studies to substantiate that?
Again, I think we're approaching this on a broad policy basis. We don't have a specific traffic study. We have the experience of knowing that smaller units tend to generate a lot lower parking demand when they are placed in environments that have wider driveways, typically other parking opportunities. And then thirdly, the ability to actually develop the townhouse when townhouse developments get created, the issue of parking is visited as a whole for that entire townhouse development.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Pasternak,
Yeah, thank you. I just want to get back to the parking. So would it mean that some of these homeowners that don't have driveways, that they would come forward and apply for front yard parking because they don't have they can't provide a parking space?
Well, in a scenario where a homeowner wants to rent a secondary suite to someone who owns a car, and if that area does include permission for on-street parking, that may be the case. Or the homeowner rents the unit to someone who doesn't have a car, because that's oftentimes when people are renting housing units in this city, they know up front, does the housing unit have a parking space? or it doesn't have a parking space.
But that's not always what happens. You have people moving in these areas where there's no parking, and then they call the city and complain that they can't find a parking space. Or, and if they don't have on-street parking, they'll apply for front yard parking. So are we going to be allowing these homeowners to apply for front yard parking because they don't have any driveways, and they have to provide parking, and there's no street parking?
Well, we are not trying to set up a situation where that
Well,
would occur.
But
That
that could occur, though, right?
I think we're making,
Yeah.
through the chair, I think we're making a broad policy decision here that creating secondary suites in this city, remember, secondary suites are already permitted. So we're dealing with the 5-year rule, and we're dealing with extending that permission to other types of buildings like townhouses. I think we're making a broad policy decision here about encouraging greater housing choice across the city in all of our neighborhoods in a way that's compatible and consistent with the character of neighborhoods. And I believe that there's a normal and natural process that happens with people who create secondary suites, knowing that they will create them with or without parking if that is available in their particular circumstance.
But parking would be an issue, I would imagine. Not, years ago, when we were debating basement apartments, I don't remember, there were conditions, and that if you wanted to rent out your basement, to legalize a basement apartment, that there was a requirement that you had to have parking, you had to have a separate entrance. So right now, what are the conditions? Are there any conditions for a secondary suite? Or anybody can apply for it, and it doesn't matter if you have a bathroom or a kitchen or anything. People can just have secondary suites without applying for any of these. They meet all the
So
conditions.
through the speaker, currently in different zones, there are parking requirements for secondary suites. So that is one of the conditions
Yeah.
that we are proposing to eliminate for the first secondary suite.
I'm told that you had community meetings. Where were these meetings?
We've had community meetings in every community council area.
Yeah, but where? At the civic centers?
At the civic centers, yes.
And they were very well advertised?
They were advertised on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and in the newspaper.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Fillion?
Yes, so the only part of this I think I have a problem with is recommendation 1B that has to do with entrances. So the staff recommendations did not permit this. Would that be correct?
Maybe you can answer that one. Okay. I just want to be precise in our.
The report is recommending that for example, single detached houses, that the secondary suite take its entrance off the side or the rear, not the front. That issue did come up in community consultation, and it was one of the inputs that helped us make this recommendation.
So just this one small recommendation is contrary to what you were recommending based on what you heard in the community consultation meetings.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that was a recommendation of the Planning and Housing Committee.
And the way this is worded, it would apply to all across the city, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
And so if this were to pass, what would be the difference between a house with 2 units that has 2 front doors and a semi-detached house? Is there what would be the distinction then?
Well, a secondary suite is different than 2 equal or independent units that happen to be side by side. A secondary suite is subordinate to the main dwelling unit. If that's why we've
Just the
defined it that
relative
way.
size of the 2.
The secondary suite must be smaller, cannot be more than 45% of the interior gross floor area of the dwelling unit.
So someone could, if this passed, some would and I know in some parts of the city this wouldn't be a problem, and others it would, but if this passed, somebody could just go to the Committee of Adjustment and say, we want approval for a semi because, you know, what's the difference? The difference is 45% to 50%, and the front of the house is the same. You got 2 front doors anyway. The only distinction is the percentage between 45 and 50. Would that be correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, it would be hard to speculate on what the decision of the Committee of Adjustment panel might be, but that's possible, perhaps.
No, but what I'm asking is there would be no other distinction. Is that correct? That if, other than the gap between 45 and 50, which is what you'd be arguing for as a minor variance. That's the only distinction between there would be between the two if we were to approve this.
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, it depends on what's being proposed from, for example, an ownership. A duplex is different than this scenario, or a triplex is different, but your hypothetical is possible, but impossible to say whether that will happen or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I too share Councillor Fillion's concerns. I hope all the council is listening to this because this has a massive impact on the culture of our neighborhoods. So I'm asking staff why the committee would have countered what both you were recommending as planners, as well as what the community consultation outcomes were, meaning no back and rear, side and back doors versus front doors, which really impacts the official plan and the zoning bylaw. I don't understand how that we could be here today like this.
Well, I think committee members may reflect on what happened in their comments, but my reflection on it through the chair is that there are some situations in I would say older parts of the city where the introduction of a front entrance into a secondary suite may be the only way to create an entrance into a secondary suite because the walkway, let's say, between houses was so narrow that it prevented an appropriate entrance from being designed. I would say that as we get into other neighborhoods, it's less and less of an issue because the way the fabric of the city is laid out, there's typically more space between houses, if you follow my logic. So I think it was born from a concern that people would have to, abnormally go rushing off to Committee of Adjustment every time they wanted to do a secondary suite. And we are trying to facilitate housing supply in the city as much as possible. Correct,
but we do not necessarily need a blanket approach. And that's what the committee is proposing today, is a blanket approach. Did you see the letter from FONTRA?
Yes.
This is 30 ratepayers associations concerned that they moved away from your position and the community's position to a committee decision.
Yes, I'm aware of the letter, yes.
And do you agree with their position?
I can see the concern. I think people always have the opportunity to go to Committee of Adjustment to vary the zoning in a particular situation. I understand. I actually understand both points of view, and it's a difficult choice to make. I think people will gravitate to, if they're creating a second suite in a house in the basement and they've got a good side entrance, they'll likely gravitate to using the side entrance. I think that's my experience. But in some situations where it's extra tight, they may want the opportunity to come in through the front of the house.
Then my question to you is, why would we take a blanket approach, not a site-specific approach? Why would committee have changed your recommendations? Because did it not say in your report that you'd like to maintain the front wall character?
Yes, I think
that's what I read.
I think from through the speaker, I think we've got our eye on the criteria in the official plan always as we develop, as our neighborhoods evolve. So certainly, I'm aware of what motivated it, and I think you'll have to have the reflection of the committee members to fully understand the matter further.
So I guess my question to you would be, was there consultation? This is a big stray from the public consultations It's a stray from the planner's official position. Has there been any consultation on this committee recommendation?
I don't believe it came up untold at the consultation, no.
So there's been no input from residents associations or individual residents of Toronto?
No, other
on
than
this?
sorry, Councillor, through the Speaker, other than what we've received in communications, no.
And so in my opinion, this creates serious implications for many of our neighborhoods. It's going to affect the character of them. It's a stray from the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Do you agree with that?
Well, again, in my earlier answer, I can see the point of view of being concerned about some situations that are extra tight. If the council wants to err on the side of caution, I would go with the staff, our original staff recommendation and then people can always avail themselves of committee of adjustment.
So if we went with the original staff recommendation, there is an opportunity, an outlet for addressing the issues that were brought up at committee by going through the process of committee of adjustment and
Yes.
seeking a variance and getting that approved.
Absolutely,
So the system already works.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. So, a few months ago, I wouldn't have looked twice at the townhouse piece because I think it's speaking really to a row house form of townhouse. And what I used to represent was a place where the only type of townhouse we would have would be entirely enclosed in a private townhouse complex, often with old style, not even public roads. But now we're seeing the new built form of row houses within newer development in suburbs, and I have some in my new area. So, despite being north of the 401, would they be subject to these rules?
Through the Speaker, currently townhouses in our zones are permitted to have one secondary suite, and we are proposing to extend that permission to townhouses that exist in the other zones, to make it more uniform across the city.
Right. So, and all of my colleagues have covered what is permitted. For me, the application process is where sometimes the wires get crossed. Is it going to be policy? Is it part of the implementation plan that what is not permitted, i.e., you can have your secondary suite and we're now not requiring anything in the way of parking, but is it going to be made crystal clear that the applicant will be subject to what are the existing parking regulations in their neighborhood, i.e., if you're in a no parking overnight on the street zone, or if it's a development of row townhouses with a very limited amount of parking in there, and there is no visitor parking, they'll be subject to whatever is the parking regulation in that complex?
Through the Speaker, absolutely. We are only proposing zoning changes in this package. No other regulatory changes are being proposed. So what governs in that neighborhood, and certainly in council's full control to modify as it sees fit, is still in place.
So this is the piece that often troubles me. We'll set a zoning piece here, and I can imagine it would be sent to counter staff, but is there a real implementation and training plan that encourages them? That we are really broadening, we are trying to increase a housing type here, but you've got to ensure these types of communications to make sure that we have no regrets 3 months down the road. There's no implementation training plan here. Does one happen as a matter of course?
Well, I think through the Speaker, it's a smart comment around being able to roll out zoning changes, not only training planning staff about the intent,
Yes.
but also having some information sessions with other staff, because as you're pointing out, there's a whole suite of there's a whole suite of companion elements that this affects.
Yes, yes.
And I'd be more than happy to undertake to work with transportation services and others who are affected by this to make sure that we have a good understanding among staff who deal with the public on it.
So if we adopted this today, going back to that same committee, to ensure there's this implementation and education plan in place, is possible after the fact?
Certainly, and
Okay.
whether or not it requires going back to committee or not, it's certainly my undertaking to take it up on the administrative side to make sure staff are trained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. Just some questions, and this in particular to the comments about parking that have been made. I'm just curious. So, on my street, not most people have a secondary unit that doesn't have the same amount. We might have one parking spot. We do have pressure. A lot of people own cars, but there's on-street parking. Like, why isn't that being seen as part of the solution here?
Well, not in the former city and older parts, the pre-war city. Not a lot is changing here. The permission exists today for a secondary suite. The first unit is free, a parking requirement. All we're changing in those areas is the 5-year rule. So there's no other change that's happening. Each successive secondary suite in those zones that you're describing would require an on-site parking space, or have to go and seek relief at committee of adjustment.
So it's just the 5 years.
Just the 5-year in the R
Parking
districts.
is exempt anyhow.
Currently for the first suite, yes.
For the first suite.
Yes.
And so that's all that's changing.
Yes. Yes, more or less, yes. We're introducing a clarified definition of secondary suite, so that we can ensure that it's subordinate to the main unit in the house, because we know that there are other kinds of housing, there's duplexes and other things, so we're trying to be very clear that this is a subordinate unit and introducing a definition on the size.
So the concern that's coming is that people will rush to put secondary suites in, and that will put some parking pressure on, but really the only difference is they could do it in year 3 instead of year 5.
Well, currently the citywide is the 5-year rule and a requirement for a parking space. So even once the 5 years is up, they still have to find an on-site parking space or seek relief somehow in some other way.
So they still would have to seek relief
That's right.
for the parking.
That's right.
Now, would street parking be an option in neighborhoods that don't currently have street parking? Is there a reason why? Is there some federal law that says the City of Toronto can only put street parking on in the old Toronto and East York district?
Those are policies of council. Council controls how it uses its streets.
I've got streets in Rosedale that are now coming in saying, you know what, it would be really great if we could put street parking on, partly and mostly because of service vehicles and not personal vehicles, but still they're tired of those service vehicles getting tickets. That's a real possibility, that we could just add street parking, thereby increasing. Do we know what the capacity of on-street parking is if we went to on-street parking in all areas that we could in the City of Toronto? How many spots would that add? Because I think there's been a silent war on the car going on across our city. I would like to take away that restriction and free the car.
This is
Do we know what that number is?
clearly about housing and not about.
Oh, I'm getting a smile over here. Do we know what that number is?
We're actually coming back with some reports on parking. I don't know what.
You're coming back with a report. Have you done that number just out of curiosity? Is it 20,000, 30,000, 40,000?
When you say numbers, like we have an inventory of parking spaces under the current residential on-street permanent parking program in the downtown area.
What if we went and extended that to the parking permits to the rest of the city? What do you have against cars? I ask you, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Min and Wong, why the hate on? Realistic, like we're talking about 40,000, 100,000 more parking spots for cars potentially, and my colleagues just don't want to support that. I think my point's been made.
Very creative, very creative.
Thank you. Is that it for the questions? Okay, speakers. Counselor Bailao, you held the item. Huh? You want to speak last? Okay. Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for turning on my mic. I have 4 motions, actually, and if I could have the first 3 put up and then the second one separately. So the first motion, I know there's a lot of words. I got help writing it. It basically maintains the requirement for a parking space in the RD and RS zones, which is part of the status quo today. The second one is to ask for a report back on what happens over the next year at the Committee of Adjustment to see if people come forward with requests for variances concerning parking. Pardon me, the second one is a technical requirement advised by staff, and the third motion is the report back. If I may have motion B. Motion B is simply a bootstrap motion that should the first one fail. I feel very strongly about this. I would like to opt out Ward 2 from these types of changes. So I got a couple of maps. I've given this a lot of thought, and I have a lot of concern over this. The first map that I was able to get, if I can have the overhead put on. Madam Speaker, you can give me a time here. Just want to get my overhead picture on there. And I can hold the map up like that if you want, but no. The diagram. Thank you very much. All right. So this is a diagram of on-street parking in the city, courtesy of staff.
There is no diagram.
And this particular overlay.
Oh, I don't have it on my screen.
Yep, this particular overlay is of the R zone. You'll see that they match. They're awfully close. And to put that in reverse,
Now there's nothing.
here is the city's zoning regime. The darker areas are the R zones. The slightly darker areas are the RT and RM, so the townhouse and the multiple properties. And of course, the RD zones are the light colors, the sort of yellowy peach color. And I'm going to just overlay the parking regime. So my point in all this, we heard that only 13 requests for a variance were made out of 4,000 committee requests. So that tells me that we don't necessarily have an issue in the suburbs of not finding parking spaces because they are required today. If we remove this, my concern is this, and the chief planner did say, he doesn't think there's going to be a wholesale change in parking across the city, but I think suburban councillors realize that when somebody disobeys the parking requirement and begins to park on a street, you begin to have a lot of problems and conflicts between neighbors. Inevitably, somebody gets a basement apartment, has 2 cars of their own in the main house, and then there's maybe 2 cars for that basement apartment, and suddenly there's one that doesn't fit. And it creates on-street parking. It creates in a place where it's not allowed, so spaces outside of this zone that I've painted, on-street parking is not allowed overnight. And so the concern I have is if we strip away this requirement, we are suddenly going to introduce more sources of conflict in the community. I think this is a broad policy decision that we're making right here. It does not affect the people in downtown Toronto within the R zone. We've talked about it through the questions. There aren't many changes other than the lifting of the 5-year moratorium on the creation of suites, which I have no issue with. And so my specific change is related to this parking. I think this is a solution in search of a problem that we don't have at this point in time, as evidenced by the Committee of Adjustment. The downside is not a sweeping change, but they are acute changes. And I think the suburban councillors here understand this. And that's why my proposal is not to make this dramatic change because of the potential risks and downsides. We talked about the community consultations. I went to the one at the Etobicoke Civic Center, and it was a joint consultation on this rule and a joint consultation on changes to rooming houses, in the same night. I sat in both sessions. What I observed, and these are my observations, on the discussion around secondary suites is it was predominantly boutique developers in the room that were looking for ways to simplify their process. I don't think the masses of citizens came out. I don't think people truly understand the impact of this change and how profound it will be on neighborhoods where there is no parking on the street. It is a fundamental description and a fundamental sense of a suburban area. And so I would ask councillors that, look, you may or may not accept these policy changes. I am quite clear in all the consultations and discussions I've had with community members. The people in Etobicoke Centre do not want to take away the requirement for parking because it will fundamentally change their neighborhoods and it will fundamentally introduce conflict. And the last thing that I would just say is I do support some of the discussion around here about some of the concerns with changes to the front door configuration that had not been proposed by staff but were added at the committee. I'm looking for Councillor Grimes. You know, my fear is that what you create is a de facto semi, potentially, if an unscrupulous developer wanted to bend the rules in a way that favored doing something like that, and that's a problem in South Etobicoke, where you could divide a house in a vertical fashion, and then you would have two main entrances right on the front. And then, in my opinion, the bar is very low in the future to come back to the Committee of Adjustment and ask for a severance. And so I think it is wise policy not to particularly introduce that. And that's not to say that there isn't an opportunity for somebody to come forward where there is a bona fide issue with trying to need to relocate an entrance to the front. I think we can handle those in one-off cases. And again, the analysis that I propose over the next year to give us a sense of the quantum of those should give us a good idea of what policy changes are required. So with that, I cannot only stress, I think this is one of the largest decisions that will affect the look and feel of the neighborhoods in my ward. I feel very strongly about it. I hope whether or not you agree with the policy changes I've provided, that you at least allow me to exempt Ward 2 from these type of changes. I'm of the firm belief that members of my community expect that of me, and that's why the motion is before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. Just briefly, I think some of the questions in this debate reaffirm to me just how out of touch we sometimes are in this council chamber. 50% of residents of our city are renters, and we have an unbelievably strained rental housing market in this city. The average asking price for a one-bedroom unit in the city is $2,200. That's the average asking price for a one-bedroom apartment. The average asking price for a two-bedroom apartment in the city is $2,800. And I think it just goes to show that when we're having a conversation about secondary suites, which the entire purpose of this staff recommendation is to make it easier to create rental units in neighborhoods. That's the entire purpose of this. Meanwhile, the debate we're having is about how this might fundamentally change neighborhoods because of parking, when that's a moot issue to begin with because you have control over it. The fundamental issue facing our city is a strained rental housing market and an unaffordable housing market. That is what Torontonians are saying day after day after day. The millennial generation, my friends are leaving the city because they can't afford to rent here. I have staff in my office who cannot afford to rent here, and you're sitting around this chamber right now debating the impacts of parking if we add rental housing. So get with the program, listen to Torontonians, and just move on with these staff recommendations. Everything else is completely out of touch.
Councillor Perks.
Listening to Councillor Holiday, I realized that a lot of the planning and zoning and conversation that we have is often framed as there's a certain way that the downtown was formed and a certain way that the inner suburbs were formed, and we can't impose downtown planning rules on the suburbs. That was a large part of what I heard in his remarks. And what's amazing to me about that is it proposes that there were two independent cities or areas within Toronto prior to amalgamation that had no relationship to each other. One was an idealized urban area and the other was an idealized suburban area. These are both falsehoods. absolute falsehoods. Toronto has always had tenancy within the inner suburbs. Councillor Fillion, sitting beside me, said, Willowdale's full of basement apartments and we have no problem with on-street parking. There's a fantasy, an idealized notion of the single-family dwelling where dad goes to work, I don't know, maybe on city council, drives down through the traffic-free streets, parks, has a great day, unpacks his lunch, eats it, votes a few times, drives home through the traffic-free streets where kids are playing ball hockey on the street and mom has her apron on and cooks everybody an apple pie for dinner. That never happened. Never, ever existed. The City of Toronto has always had a robust mix of people from different walks of life, different incomes. Some people own, some people rent, some people have tenants. Right now in Scarborough, there are probably more rooming houses in Scarborough than there are in Parkdale. We just haven't legalized them yet. There are fictions that we live by. And because we live by those fictions, we are creating a circumstance where someone who has been a nurse in the City of Toronto for 10 years, makes what should be a decent income, cannot afford to rent a 2-bedroom apartment for her and her child. That apartment at a rate that she can afford with her income does not exist. And Councillor Holyday is terrified that if we allow someone to alter a building in his ward to create a rental unit with 2 bedrooms that she might be able to afford, that we will destroy the character of his neighborhood. And there will be parking all over the place. It is absolutely fair, Councillor Holyday. You're chasing a dream that never existed and trying to impose it on a bunch of us who are just trying to live our lives with different incomes, different backgrounds, and different dreams about the City of Toronto. How dare you impose your view on all those people?
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, are you ready to speak? Sure, yeah. Councillor Matlow.
So no, I'm not going to move a motion, given that there are still some conversations going on between staff, and I don't want to move something that isn't fully baked. So ultimately, I think most reasonable people in Toronto recognize that there needs to be some more intensification in the city. We don't want to see the Greenbelt and the Oak Ridges Moraine paved over with cookie-cutter suburban houses. We want to make sure that that the people that live in our city have opportunities to not only access but to be able to afford our neighborhoods. At the same time, I think it's critically important that we make sure that we have infrastructure and parks and social services and all those things that provide a good quality of life, both for the existing residents in our neighborhoods, but also for the many people who we are welcoming into our neighborhoods as well. And that's why I support the staff recommendations. I think the staff recommendations move us forward in the right direction. They recognize that we have communities and neighborhoods that not only we are proud of, but the character of these neighborhoods is the very reason why the people who live there move there in the first place. We want to make sure that we continue to improve the infrastructure and the park spaces and the playgrounds and the quality of life of all. But I think that staff arrived at the right place to be able to move in that direction that I think most people support. And I understand that one of my colleagues is going to be moving a motion to support staff so that we can go in that direction. And I think that we reflect both the need to intensify in the right way, but also reflect the need to ensure that as we intensify, that it be done in a way that's sensitive and respectful to our neighborhoods, both the existing residents, but also to those who we are inviting into our neighborhoods in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. If we could put it on the screen. And so you'll see shortly on the screen a recommendation to delete the motion that was moved at committee that strays from the staff's original report. And so what this really does is takes us right back to what staff were recommending. It upholds the character of our neighborhoods, the official plan, you know, the neighborhood section within the official plan, as well as the zoning bylaw. It also respects the outcome and the feedback that the planners got at the community consultation. And it also still allows an opportunity, as there is currently, for anybody who wants a variance to go to Committee of Adjustment and seek that. I don't think taking a blanket approach to the entire city is ideal, and that's what happened. The front entrance amendment was not included in the original zoning amendment from staff. And this would mean that it would just be an open forum. Basically, they'd be automatically approved if this isn't deleted. And again, it honors what we're hearing. And I don't know if you saw this on your desk from Fontra, who represent 30 residents associations. And I'm sure many other residents associations would step up and say something if they were aware of this. The reason they're not aware of this is it happened at committee. And there's been zero consultation about this, which quite frankly, this has serious implications on the feel and the character of Toronto's neighborhoods. So I hope you'll pay close attention to this, because it's very critical that we stand behind the stability, the character, and the fit of these neighborhoods. And I think the consultation, people were happy with a side door entrance, a back door entrance, but the front door entrance was not something that really maintained the front wall character, as staff clearly indicated in their report. So I hope you'll pay close attention to this. I can't say that enough. And if you support this, we're going to be in good footing for our neighborhoods across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. For starters, I support the motion by Councillor Robinson. I just want to differentiate, make a strong, solid line differentiation between the big issue and the relatively small issue which Councillor Robinson's motion would fix. So firstly, on secondary suites, I think this is obviously a good thing in all parts of the city. And if there's a few extra cars because of it, then so be it. We cannot be addressing some of our major planning issues based on where people are going to park their cars. I think a lot of people who can barely afford a secondary suite, which is why we need more of them, don't necessarily drive cars, but if they do, if they can afford a car, that's great, good for them, and I'm sure we'll find somewhere to park it. We've had secondary suites in North York for 25 years, and parking has never been a problem. Most people have great big driveways, and if not, people find a place to park their car. I've never even heard of it being a problem. And secondary suites are really important for all sorts of reasons, obviously to create more affordable housing, but also to allow sort of another tier of people who can maybe afford a house, but only if they have some additional income to help cover their mortgage or even help them qualify for a mortgage. The secondary suite is really important. So it does all kinds of good things, and so I very wholeheartedly endorse all of the staff recommendations. The one thing coming out of the committee that I have a problem with is 1B. I don't have a problem with that 1A because it's area specific and presumably to address an issue specific to that area that the local councillor would know and would understand the area and be proposing a solution. When you take B, which I assume is designed to deal with a problem in the same area and apply it across the whole city, you create 24, a rough ratio of 20-2 or something, you create a lot more problems than what you're solving. So, we really need to be more cautious in how we, in motions that come before us, that we don't create inadvertently to solve a local problem, do it in a way that creates a problem all across the city. And this would, in effect, and probably no one remembers my line of questioning with the chief planner, but what would this do? It would, in effect, allow semi-detached homes pretty much everywhere in the city. And you might say, well, why wouldn't we allow semi-detached homes all across the city? The fact is we don't. And if we were going to change that, if there was a reason to change it, then there's a process to do that, and it's a fairly, it's a very transparent and open process, and people can decide whether they think that's a good idea, and you get a staff report on it, and you make an informed decision. I think certainly in some areas, we need to start looking at some of those solutions, like how you take in the same building envelope, how you create more units. And some of us are working on those sorts of things, but when something like this comes along, all it does is frankly undermine efforts to do that sort of thing, because it gets people very concerned that they're getting stuff shoved down their throat that they don't want without any kind of a process. So it really is, I think, defeating to the objectives of some of the proponents to do things in this way. So I certainly hope we'll be supporting the staff recommendations, which is everything except 1B, and supporting Councillor Robinson's motion just to remove 1B, and then let's get on with this and get as many secondary suites built as we possibly can.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to all the back and forth, and certainly with interest. I also listened to what Councillor Perks had to say very dramatically, and pointed out how we're not in a panacea, in a world of panacea. Madam Speaker, there's a reality and there's fiction. The reality is that we have a problem that we need to house people. The reality is there's people living in squalor conditions in a lot of parts of the city, and the only way that people say we can fix this is by legalizing rooming houses. In my ward, and I'll speak about my ward, I have 200 rooming house complaints last year. That's probably about 10 to 15% of all the rooming house complaints that we have had in the city of Toronto. And although that we can move to legalize some rooming houses, certainly you don't want to legalize 200 rooming houses in any ward, and I'm sure Councillor Perks doesn't even have that many where he's got legalized rooming houses. You move to legalize some, there will be others that will go under the radar and start cutting corners and putting people's lives in danger. It's a serious problem that we have. It's a serious problem that we have that downtown Toronto, in Councillor Bailau's ward, I was just talking to her, and there's, if you have a second ensuite, you will not need to have a car. You can certainly go to the TTC and get on a bus, or get in a subway very close, a 5 to 10 minute walk. In our parts of the world, where the subdivisions are pushed in and they back onto streets, you probably need about 15 to 20 minutes to get to a bus stop in the winter. And when you have to cut through pathways that are not maintained, that's even puts you more in danger. So I urge of you to think not unilaterally that every part of the city is the same. There's different parts of the city that need different look, that need different aspects, and need to be addressed differently. Not all the houses are the same. Not all children are the same. I know, I got 5 daughters. They're not all the same. But, if one gets hurt, it hurts everybody. So I would ask of you, please, to look at this a little different, and I will be asking of you very strongly to support Councillor Holliday's motion, and I find that even hard to say because he and I don't agree on many things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little older than my colleague, Councillor Cressy, who represents downtown. Just a little, just a shade. What he might not know, because it was before his time, is we're very well versed in the tenant population in the suburbs. Because in fact, there was a time when tenants up and all left and came to the suburbs. It was the only rental left available to them as gentrification happened downtown. We became that horseshoe that they're always showing us in social services types of programs includes this part of the horseshoe. That's us. And so we understand. I have subdivisions in my former ward of 33 that were actually built based on Mel Lastman's secondary suite. They were actually built after North York allowed them, purpose-built, so that you could have not one, not two, but 3-bedroom family apartments in the basement of semi-detached homes. They are a boon to the settlement population in my area now, because they are the best family rental housing there is. But Councillor Karygiannis really, just whether he meant to or not, really reflected what this is really about. For us, if we don't get this right, it's really the rooming house issue blending into the secondary suite issue. Because when you bang on the door and say, how many people are in there, how safe are they, what's going on here, they say, well, it's okay, I got a basement apartment. That's all I got. But it's not just a basement apartment. There are 14, 16, 18 people in the house. Some of them are women students in an unsecured building, unregulated, unprotected, unsafe. One of them, it's a number of years ago now. Some of you weren't in office, you won't remember, but a bit of fire and a death. Not all rooming house fires happen downtown. One happened near York University. Things happen. So here we are again, having difficulty with this zoning bylaw because we still haven't dealt with suburban campuses and the rooming houses around them, and we have no regulation to solve that. I'm saying this because we're at the beginning of a term, and heaven help us if we get yet again to the end of a term and we've still not dealt with it. Now, my only questions to Mr. Lintern were about what happens after we adopt this. Because I understand we have to adopt this. We need this housing type, and we need it to be regulated, and we need to be clear, and I'm not afraid of harmonization. But where we fail, again and again and again, is out in our operation, at every counter where this happens, where the applicant shows up to get that suite, we fail in communicating to our staff. What's the goal here? What are we trying to create here? We're trying to create affordable housing. But a zoning bylaw tells you what's permitted. It doesn't tell you what is still true. This is permitted, and you won't need the parking spot, but it is still true that there are parking regulations on your street, and we expect you to adhere to them. It's still true that while you can have a secondary suite, a rooming house is illegal in your neighborhood, and we expect you to adhere to that. That part doesn't happen at the counter, or else the applicant's being disingenuous with us later on when we go to enforce. It doesn't seem to be happening. Our objective isn't clear to the staff. We're not making it clear to the applicant. We want affordable housing, and I'm looking at your plan here. I'm looking at your house. It's in a suburb. It has a very small driveway or no driveway. Where are you planning on parking? Where do you park now? Where are you going to put a tenant? Do you know that you ought to encourage a certain type of tenancy? That doesn't show up in a zoning bylaw, but it has to be in the training of our staff, or this will fail. And we will spend all our time in committees trying to enforce and solve and spending money on a problem that we ourselves created in this room. I hope that that after part, that training part, goes along with adopting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just rising to support broadly as-of-right zoning for secondary suites. This is a really important initiative that's, in my view, been long overdue. Many of the neighborhoods in Toronto, of course, have actually had a population decline. Particularly some of our suburban locations, that's been the case. And in Beaches East York, between 2011 and 2016, our ward only grew 2.2% compared to the 4.5% growth in the city. Or you look at places like Spadina, Fort York, 40%. So we're definitely seeing, of course, Toronto is growing, but that growth is not equal across the city. And that presents a lot of the challenges that, as councillors, all of us are wrestling with. So what we're doing here is trying to provide more housing options, more variety across the spectrum in different places. And I think that the report that we have in front of us, the recommendations that have come through committee, that will achieve that. And it's something that I'm happy to support and hope you guys will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been, I think, actually a very enlightening debate in that, save maybe some accusations about Councillor Holiday's motives, I think it's actually been a very enlightening debate about the differences in our communities. I'm supportive of the motions that are coming forward because I'm supportive of ensuring our neighborhoods are places for people. We need to find places to house people. We need it to, there's an emergency going in our city. We need to make it more achievable to put people in neighborhoods that are already well established. Development won't happen fast enough for us to accommodate and address our housing needs, so this is a necessary step. And I represent a neighborhood where there are a lot of secondary suites. There's a lot of triplexes. There are a lot of people in the density that I represent with respect to the yellow belt across the city, which is a good portion of my ward as well. But I can tell you, it changes over time. And as Councillor Carroll discussed the change in the movement of rental north, I remember a time I grew up in the Annex. I grew up on a street that now most of the houses aren't single family, they're multi-unit. They're not huge houses, but they're not small, so they can fit 1, 2, 3 units. There was no street parking. Households put their cars in their garage, their cars in their laneway. They owned cars, but they really weren't out on the street. There wasn't that kind of pressure. And when cars were left overnight, there was notice and calls to the authorities to come and give them tickets. And I have particular insight in this because around that time is when Councillor Cressy and I had some family in this chamber that were going through those same struggles around street parking and permitting. Because you've got this enormous wealth of space of asphalt out in front of these homes that is sitting vacant most of the time. And yes, there were growing pains, and people resisted the spread and growth in street parking. But I think more people than not discovered that it was actually quite convenient to have. And it was good for their neighborhood over time. Which is why I struggle with those in this chamber and in the community, and I've questioned them at Toronto and East York Community Council with respect to the expansion of street parking, why they would resist it. I tell you, the one comment I get most is, well, I'm going to have people coming and parking in front of my house and leaving their car all day. Well, you know what, with a permit system, it's only going to stay there overnight if it's someone that lives in your neighborhood. What's wrong with you being a little neighborly and letting your neighbor park in front of your house? They're not parking on your lawn. They're not really doing any damage to the value of your property. The reality is they're your neighbors. So I think that and now over time, every street in my ward, save a handful that are new to Ward 11 and to me in Rosedale, have street parking. We get complaints that there's not enough, that they want more. So I would beg my colleagues who are saying over my dead body will they get street parking in their wards, I would beg you to have a more open mind about this, because over time, as Councillor Carroll explained, things change in neighborhoods, priorities change. We need to be more open to that change. We need to make sure our priority is about where people live, not where people park their cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and the motion is just to ask staff to work on the harmonization of the DC for the new construction to be in alignment with the secondary suites. This is something that we are dealing with the zoning, but eventually staff will have to deal with this, and so I worked with staff on this motion. Madam Speaker, staff worked on this report to harmonize and to facilitate the construction of secondary suites. We have a city that is growing. We have a city that is becoming more and more unaffordable. We need to ensure that we're building housing. And so many people around this chamber keep saying that we need the supply, we need the supply. Well, we have lots of supply. We know that we have over 2 million empty rooms in this city. We know that there's lots of people that are overhoused. We know that there's lots of people that could use the income of a secondary suite to actually be able to afford their dream family home. And we know that there are many people that actually could use more rental in this very, very tight rental market. That's what is being tried to address in here. Yes, our communities are changing, but because our lifestyle is changing, because the economy is changing, because it is becoming more and more unaffordable to be able to rent or buy in this city. So what's actually asked in here is actually to maybe even legalize what thousands and thousands of people have done across this city. We have 70,000 units of secondary suites in this city. Many of them, I would probably say the majority of them, are not legal secondary suites. What we're trying to do in here is first ensure that homeowners can build secondary suites, and second as well, that we facilitate that process. So I ask you to support the report as it came from committee. I ask you to support us housing people instead of being more worried about cars. And I ask you to take in consideration that the reason why the motion about the front wall was put at committee is that we actually got some feedback. We had some deputants coming to committee and saying, we actually could use this. And I understand the issues of my colleagues that live in areas where there are a lot more spaces in between the homes, but a big portion of the city has very, very close, tight homes. And most of these residents end up at committee of adjustment looking for a variance because they have no other option of creating that entrance to the home other than the front door. And so that's why we're just asking you to support the report as is, to support the recommendations that came from the committee. We're just trying to make it a little easier, to bring more supply, and to be able to have an impact on affordability and the supply of housing in our city.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is on the motion, not on the report. I've already commented on the report. Have you reviewed with staff how many different ways a developer could draw a drawing to make a thing look like a secondary suite over which you should waive development charges?
So
they're very imaginative.
So this is not for the home. So this is right now.
For new builds.
So right now, somebody wants to build a secondary suite in a home. After 5 years, they don't pay development charges, right?
Right.
You come in, you apply for your permits, you don't pay development charges.
Right.
Because right now you're not able to build a secondary suite as of a new home. You have to wait 5 years for your new construction. So you're building a new home. You would love to have a secondary suite. Right now you can't. You have to wait 5 years. We're changing that, right? We're changing that right now.
If you're building a brand new home and we're waiving the 5 years, one of the reasons we would be doing that, wouldn't one of the reasons we would want to do that to be upfront? Now we know this is one day going to have 2 families in it as soon as it's built. So let us take this new build opportunity to get the adequate infrastructure in place. Why would we want to waive the development charges that ensure adequate infrastructure?
So you're not waiving the development charges on the house. You're just waiving the development charge on the extra suite, because if you're a homeowner, you're just going to say, okay, I'm not going to build it now. I'm just going to wait the 5 years and then apply to get it waived. So you're incentivizing illegal suites, basically, because if I wait 5 years, I don't pay development charges.
So, Madam Speaker, I wonder if I could have the motion up
I
there.
think staff, this is something for staff to work. It just needs to be harmonized, the policy with the development charge.
Hold on. Can we put the motion on the screen?
Put the motion back up on
on
so
the
I can
screen.
ask one more question with the motion up there. Would you be willing to, would it be a friendly amendment to turn this into the staff report back on the feasibility of this?
Yes,
As opposed to building in right now that they, and propose an approach? I'm not ready to direct them to propose an approach.
I don't have all
want
the
their
answers. I
feasibility
just,
review.
and I'm fine with that, Councillor. I don't have all the
That's
answers.
friendly.
We just don't want to, we don't want people to have to wait the 5 years not to pay the development charges anyways, because then this change that we're trying to do here to incentivize the secondary suites to come on board is quite meaningless when you say, well, if you do it now, you pay these development charges, but if you wait 5 years, you're not going to pay. So
But I
what do you
do
think
not
homeowners are going to do?
Not
They're going to wait the 5 years.
Not seeing our development charge expert staff in the chamber, you would agree that we want their opinion as
Absolutely.
to the feasibility
Yes, and I worked
before
this with-
they're required to
Okay,
propose?
Yes,
that was
and
the
I
last
worked this with-
question.
This was worked with staff. They agree that it's something that needs to be looked at. We don't have the answers right now, Councillor. Yeah.
Okay. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I should say at the outset, I will be supporting the staff recommendations. I'll be supporting Councillor Bailão's, Deputy Mayor Bailão's motions. I'll not be supporting Councillor Holiday's motions. This won't make Deputy Mayor Bailão necessarily happy, but I will support Councillor Robinson's motion, which doesn't stop people from having a front entrance. It simply says they would continue to have to go to the Committee of Adjustment if they thought that it was something that was necessary and appropriate. I guess I'd sort of refer myself back to my own notes when I spoke on the shelter bylaw this morning, simply to say that people expect us here to act. We have these problems that have been identified, and of course one of the ones that was identified most vividly during the election campaign, certainly to me and I think all of us, because we've all acted with a fair degree of dispatch and consensus on housing now and doing other things which are not finished yet by any means, to increase the supply of affordable housing. And I think we got that message loud and clear, and I think we're acting accordingly. And this represents not only one of the best opportunities for us to in a fairly easy way make available the supply of affordable housing without having large towers at corners or without having intensive townhouse developments. This is a gentle way in which this can happen at the initiative of individual citizens across the city. And at the same time, and a couple of people have mentioned this, of course, here we are in a situation where we've said, for example, quite rightly, and I supported this on Airbnb, they're not going to be allowed to be used for what do we call it, home sharing. And we're saying to people who might well need, in the same day and age, the opportunity to stay in their homes, and it might make the difference between them being able to stay in their home and not stay in their home, well, we're not only going to say you can't use a secondary suite for Airbnb, we're going to say we're going to keep it as difficult as it is sometimes with the Committee of Adjustment and the thousands of dollars of expenses and the months of time that it takes to go and have those hearings. And I think if you look again, as I said this morning, in terms of our responsibility, it's difficult to balance all the different interests of all the different kinds of neighborhoods and of the need for more affordable housing and all the rest. And then you try to come out with the best way in which we can represent the public interest. I think this is it. The staff recommendations. And as I say, I'll allow myself, and others will vote as they wish, to support the amendment with respect to the front entrances, but I think on the rest of it, that people expect us to act and to act urgently, and this is one that is a fairly straightforward one that if I believe for a second that it will fundamentally alter the character of neighbourhoods in Toronto, I wouldn't support it, but I don't believe that it will. And in that regard, I guess I would only say with respect to altering the character of neighbourhoods, I regretted the fact that it sort of degenerated for a few minutes today into one of those discussions about the suburbs and the downtown. I just find those discussions, I guess maybe because I have the honour, and some might say the luxury of representing the entire city, but it really is more of an obligation to try and figure out what's best for the whole city, as I have the responsibility to do. But I'll only say this about that discussion, that I will certainly look forward to the day when I will be looking, very keenly for discussion and measures we can undertake to promote and increase transit-oriented development. And I hope that some of the views that have been articulated so enthusiastically in here this afternoon, and that's fine, we're here to have that discussion, will be echoed at a time when we have to discuss transit-oriented development in order to take the steps that we have to take to increase the supply of affordable housing. So I support the staff's recommendations, subject to my support for Councillor Robinson's amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we're voting on them numeric order. 1A. But we're voting on the, you're not separating the vote on yours, no. Okay.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 6 to 19.
1B.
Councillor Carroll, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 2 to 23.
Motion 2 by Councillor Robinson. Recorded vote.
Motion 2 carries 18 to 7.
Okay. Oh, there, yeah, Councillor Bylaws motion. Recorded vote.
If I could, on that previous motion, it's been, I've been notified that I voted the wrong way. I was on the other side, I'm going to Oh, no, I wasn't on the
Who were you notified by? Is there somebody on the screen that,
A little alarm goes off on the screen for me that says I voted the wrong way. I made a mistake.
okay, Councillor Fillion is reopening it? On favor? Carried. Okay, let's vote on it again. You have to watch those fingers.
The motion carries 17 to 8.
All right. Now it's on the screen. recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, please.
The motion carries 15 to 10.
Item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Ford, please, and Councillor Karagianis.
The item as amended carries 23 to 2.
Okay, so we'll go to page 4. CC 5.1, Office of the Integrity Commissioner.
The Integrity Commissioner 5.4.
That's what I meant. I meant 4 and I said 1, so I apologize for that.
I've been informed that I voted the wrong way.
Oh, Councillor Matlow, you know, come on.
I was just told which way I voted, if I could ask to vote the way that I
Motion to reopen, on favor, carried. Okay, let's vote again. Item is amended.
Councillor Karagianis, please.
Councillor Crawford. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Item as amended carries 24 to 1.
Okay, page 4, CC 5.1, Office of, 5.4, why do I keep saying 1? 5.4, Office of the Integrity Commissioner. Okay, Councillor Fillion, you held the item down. Pardon?
Presentation?
Yeah, I assume there's a presentation, Madam Speaker.
I'd be happy to, yeah.
Yeah.
Does council want a presentation? Well, I need to hear from councilors. Is everybody saying yes?
Yes. Oh, okay. I think we got it. I just have to log
I don't think that was everybody. Okay, let's go. Presentation, short presentation, please.
Oh, then maybe that might be from, is that mine? Or it's theirs? Okay, I can use that.
If you want to
Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. That's not mine, okay.
Okay, they're gonna put it up for you now.
On this one?
Yeah, on that.
Okay.
You send hers, VGA?
Okay, if we can start.
Okay. I'm just waiting for the slides. I have provided some slides which I'm sure will be circulated. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, It's my pleasure today to present the 2018 Annual Report of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. I will provide a brief presentation. It's to supplement the report that I filed with Council for this meeting. In 2018, the priorities that my office was involved in were the provision of timely advice to members of Council and local boards, attempting to complete investigations prior to the election, election-related advice, and policy review regarding the new Office of the Integrity Commissioner jurisdiction, which came into force on March 1st. This is the last annual report that I will file with this council because it's my last term as your Integrity Commissioner. I am here for a few more months because my term lasts until September, but because it was the last term, I wanted to look back and take stock on some of the accomplishments that have occurred during my term. As many of you will know, I set several core objectives for the work of my office during my term, and my annual report contains detailed reporting back to you on the progress under each of those objectives. I just want to highlight a few of those things for you today. I believe during my term, which is a term which was the first to have a full-time integrity commissioner, was able to, with the resources allocated, develop a significant number of clear and helpful resources for members of council and members of local boards. And one example that might not have hit your radar, council, through you, Madam Speaker, is the need, for example, in the arena board sector for clarity about the obligations of members of arena boards to do their jobs in compliance with the Code of Conduct. So special guidance was issued in that category. I've also done a high amount of outreach within the local board sector, and that has resulted in a higher number of inquiries and investigations, which is a good thing. There have also been, as a result of policy reviews undertaken by my office, some significant changes to the Code of Conduct for members of local boards and adjudicative boards, and it's my view that these changes have materially strengthened the framework for accountability in Toronto. As usual, the office was very busy. In 2018, my office responded to 196 requests for advice from members of council and local boards. As I noted, this is something I prioritize, so we are able to do this most of the time within 2 days or less. We also responded to 427 inquiries from members of the public, city staff, and the media. It was a higher number this year, which I attribute to the election. We received 19 new complaints in 2018. 15 of these were formal complaints and 4 were informal complaints. 80% of the new formal complaints were resolved within the year in which they were received. I issued 6 interpretation bulletins and reviewed 20 gift disclosure forms. This is a slide which you'll find in the annual report illustrating the volume of complaints. The complaint volume was slightly lower last year, likely because of the election period blackout. Since 2015, I have attempted to develop more concrete information for council to assess the workflow of the office. One of these statistics is in the area of time taken to complete complaints. So since we've been tracking this, I can tell you that the average time it takes to complete complaints that are investigated is 277 days. This is too long in my opinion, and you have all heard from me about previously about my solutions to resolve that issue. In the interest of time, I won't take up any more of the time today to run you through some of the policy matters that we've undertaken, but I would encourage you to take a look at the annual report to read more about that. For the year ahead, my plan is to monitor the progress of the office's new obligations under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and respond accordingly. This already has required the issuance of new procedures and forms, and we are ready to receive that work and to carry out duties as necessary. Again, I am prioritizing advice giving, and I have commenced the outstanding policy reviews that have been requested by council over my term. I intend to participate fully in consultations to improve the accountability officer budget process. I will continue to examine the feasibility of proactive financial disclosure for members of council, which is something you've heard me speak about before. And most importantly, I'll prepare the office for and assist with a successful transition to a new commissioner at the end of the year. As my predecessors have done, I took some time in the annual report to record some of the challenges that the office has experienced during my term. You've heard me speak about the budget process before, and all I'll say for the purposes of today is that when I look back at the budget processes in which I've participated, I observe that there is a risk that when City Council refuses the recommendations of its independent officers about what is needed to fulfill their roles, it can have the risk of undermining the independence and mandate of each of those offices. Put another way, while it is clear that City Council cannot interfere with the administration of each accountability office, I believe that it risks doing so indirectly when it refuses to accept recommendations about resources needed to fulfill the statutory roles that we do. I requested, or in the interest of time, I won't take any more time on that topic, but I'd be happy to answer questions, and you could read about it in my annual report. The other challenge the office has experienced is the way Council responds sometimes when it receives reports about misconduct findings of its colleagues. Sometimes, to defend a colleague or to advance a personal grudge, members may seek to undermine the findings of an Integrity Commissioner report by asking questions about the lines of inquiry undertaking or the analyses that led to that finding. This actually happens across Ontario, and it's not the norm in Toronto, but it has happened often enough during my term that I believed it was worthy of comment. My predecessors also commented on this issue. Commissioner Mullen raised concerns that when City Council failed to adopt recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner, Council showed a lack of confidence in the office. Commissioner Mullen also questioned whether it was appropriate for Council to ask questions about information that the Commissioner deemed unnecessary to include in the report. Commissioner Leeper reminded members that when considering a report about misconduct, Council is performing an adjudicative function, and it must therefore act with greater neutrality than it deals with other city business. I echo both Commissioner Mullen and Leeper's comments and observations. I see the issue this way. City Council selects an expert, neutral person to be the Integrity Commissioner, and in so doing assigns to that person the responsibility of ensuring that appropriately thorough investigations and reports are conducted and, when necessary, brought to Council. Leaving aside the expectations set by Council, the Integrity Commissioner is bound by statutory and common law duties to be fair. A large amount of discretion is statutorily granted to the Commissioner, and that's something we all take seriously. It is plain from my perspective to see that any value gained by assigning a neutral, independent expert officer to investigate misconduct on City Council's behalf is lost when Council attempts to go behind the findings or challenge the lines of inquiry or analysis undertaken. It is also unfair to the parties and witnesses involved and has the overall impact of undermining the accountability framework and the office itself. I offer these comments not because of any particular matter or incident, but I think it's important, as my predecessors did, to ensure that the record is clear, that there's transparency around concerns. And I hope that these comments recorded in my annual report will help Council as we move forward this term and also for future commissioners when they're considering their role. And we also cannot lose sight of all that is going well in Toronto. I hope others will agree that the office encourages a high standard of conduct across the city and acts as an important deterrent to prevent misconduct. I'll close by saying something that you've all heard me say before. It was something that I started this job from the perspective of, is my deep respect and gratitude that I have for people who put up their hand to run for elected office and appointed office. That's how I started this job, and it's how I will end this job. Our society simply could not function if well-intentioned and qualified people did not make the difficult choice to stand for public office. The public expects those who stand for public office to adhere to high standards of conduct, and those who stand for public office rightly expect clear guidance and fair oversight. In Toronto, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner has a role to play in meeting these sometimes competing but often overlapping expectations. I am hopeful that the information contained in my annual report this year illustrates how the Office of the Integrity Commissioner has attempted to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Didn't know I was first. Yes, the Integrity Commissioner took a courageous step in while we're on to the next month and beyond budget. You did touch on it a bit, and I'm wondering, I've been grappling with this for a long time, so I'm wondering if you could speak to it from the professional perspective around independence. I've long struggled with the fact that we're in the habit of having everything comes to us after it's been so carefully vetted and reviewed, and generally speaking, as much efficiency as possible, and yet things are left in the budget that we know are needed, and a case has already been made to finance staff. AOs are unique in that we get a raw budget proposal. Would it compromise independence if we were to, going forward, because this has been a problem for a long time, to give it that vetting, that within budget there was some sort of subcommittee that sat down with the AO's office and really looked at those proposals and gave it the due consideration?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's my view that that's I don't have an answer to that question. I think that the process you suggested does potentially give rise to independence concerns, but I think that this is exactly the type of topic that will be explored further in the work that was requested by Council in the budget process this year, to go back with, I believe it's with the Office of the City Manager, to review this issue and to explore what are the other options for procedure that could improve the budget process without harming independence.
Right. So there is an independence concern. We're better off waiting then to find some sort of way of solving this, because it is difficult. Often I find we have to remind one another, this is coming to us raw. This is first proposal. We're seeing from you at launch what other staff members brought months ago in August and then went through screenings 2 or 3 times. And that places you in an awkward position.
Yes, and through you, Madam Speaker, I think I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think we agree that it is a conundrum, really, because we understand the need for council to be responsible in terms of approving the budgets and, bringing an appropriate rigor to it. And I think the challenge the city has experienced over time is just figuring out what is the right way to do that without harming the independence. And there are other options out there. There could be other processes, other frameworks, but that's what I'm really enthusiastic, as I use the word I used in my annual report, to participate in the work that will happen now because of the direction given to staff by council to consider this issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Just could you bring up the slide on the service standard, this 277 days to resolve? I'm just wondering if you could talk us through, if our IT could put the presentation just up on the...
It's on your little screens, I think.
It's on my little screen. Thank you very much.
Not for the public.
So the average number of days to investigate a complaint. So this isn't request from councillors, so maybe some of us won't be familiar with what that means to residents who are seeking your support. What does that mean?
Right. So through you, Madam Speaker, I think that there are 2 issues with respect to the length of time. Certainly, yes, these would be predominantly complaints from the members of the public who are awaiting outcomes of these inquiries, but also this is an issue for the people about whom the complaint is. People who are the subject of a complaint would rightfully expect and hope that these matters could be dealt with quickly. So I think the issue is compelling on both sides of the equation. The other context I can provide is that, as I tried to explain in the annual report, it's not just because of lack of resources. Cases take time sometimes because of the complexity of the case, the way that the respondents are dealing with the case, the work plan of the office, and whether there's more than one investigation going on at once. So, I just want to be candid, since we're talking about this issue with council, that I am not suggesting this could, that the only problem is resources. There will always be a challenge to meet timely case resolution, but this is a significant problem, in my opinion.
So the number of cases, that number 20 is the number of, in this case, mostly city councillors, because you hadn't expanded the mandate?
No, so this number includes both city councillors and members of local boards.
How many of them were city councillors in this?
I don't have that breakdown right in front of me, but these are just the cases that have been in the office since 2015. I'm going to say about 15 of the 20, ballpark, yeah. Maybe closer in the 10 to 15 range, if I'm thinking.
And so what would be the reasons for the delay? One is a resource issue, and what would some of the other reasons be?
So other reasons that there can be delays are the complexity of the case, the legal challenges made by parties to the complaint, the volume of evidence, that the office has lean resources and cannot be doing all things at once. So an example of that is that in the lead up to the election, I did prioritize investigations to try to get spend more time on the cases. What suffered was the outreach to local boards during the election year. I thought that was a good decision because the board terms were coming to an end in many cases. But that's the kind of trade-off that has to happen.
Just if I could on the financial disclosure, what can we expect to see come back out of your office between now and the end of your term?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I began my term with a high degree of optimism about financial disclosure. It was the first impression I made on many members of council. I'm glad that I did that. I think it's an important thing for the Toronto City Council to be talking about. I hope to report before the end of my term about a way forward to consider that as an option.
So just remind me, what other levels are required to do financial disclosure?
I think there is one exception, but with one exception of one province, every other province, territory, and federally elected officials are required to make annual financial disclosures to an integrity or ethics commissioner.
Okay. Now, just with this last second, I just want to extend an apology because you made a comment in there that really struck me, and that's that this notion of undermining the integrity of the integrity commissioner through us making your reports, drawing attention to your reports in a certain way that impacted your office, and that you said that it happened enough in your term to warrant a comment, and I certainly don't think that is a responsibility of City Council, is to make you feel uncomfortable enough in your position that you would have to say something, and for that, if I contributed, I'm sorry.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. My comments are really about the office, but so I appreciate the comments, but the reason I would make them is because it's about protecting the integrity of the office.
Thank you. Councillor Filion.
Thank you. You talk about 190 pieces of advice. Would that be a relatively small number of people who frequently ask for advice, or is it pretty much all of council asks for advice?
So we actually I have it in the annual report. I'm happy to report it's almost every member of council has sought advice from the Integrity Commissioner in 2018. There are certainly some members of council that seek more advice, but that could be situational. Something's coming up more than normal, or they like to seek advice, which I love. So, thank you.
Okay, good. Under the council's receipt of investigation reports, and you talk about the problem which Councillor Layton just asked about. I believe you're suggesting a change on page 12, if I read that correctly.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting a change. I'm just trying to articulate the issue clearly so that the next time council considers a misconduct report, if I have to do that in my term, I will use this language to try to help council frame its debate, and so that council can, and I do believe council can emulate the best practice that we see in other pieces of legislation without needing a bylaw change.
But in other jurisdictions, political jurisdictions, they have different rules. Is that correct? That's what I took
Yes,
from that
so
paragraph.
through you, Madam Speaker, yes. For example, the Provincial Integrity Commissioner, so there's many differences. In fact, as you probably know, the Provincial Integrity Commissioner does not come to the floor of the legislature to answer questions about his or her report. So that's one big difference. But then the debate of the legislature is limited only to penalty, and in fact, the legislature can only accept the recommendation or nothing at all. They can't amend it or change it, or debate it, or take it up really at all. And the reason, as I understand it, having had worked in that office, is because, like my comments reflect, the legislature and the council in this case assigns to someone to do that work for council, so that council doesn't need to then redo it, or the legislature doesn't need to redo it when it comes to them.
So if it works better, I'll say, in other jurisdictions, is there any reason why we shouldn't make formal changes to require that here?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I guess my view is that it doesn't, I felt it was worthy of a comment. It is on the record. I am hopeful that that in and of itself will make the change. I don't think we have a need, based on what's happened during my term and looking back over the 14 years of the office, to make that kind of a change. And I'm optimistic that council going forward will act properly.
Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, through you to the Integrity Commissioner, can you please explain to us how an Ethics Commissioner, provincially or federally, their work differs from the work that you do, complaint-based?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's such a wide variety of approaches, if you're asking about across the country and to here. Is there a specific?
Well, let's talk about the provincial government in Ontario and the federal government. If a complaint goes to the Ethics Commissioner, who is the person, or who are the people that can launch a complaint? I mean, can a citizen reach out to the Ethics Commissioner federally and say, I'd like to launch a complaint against a member? Or does it have to be a member?
Through you, Madam Speaker, federally, the Commissioner has actually an own initiative jurisdiction, so can receive information from anywhere and commence a complaint. Provincially, the Provincial Integrity Commissioner, the only complainants that are possible are other members of the legislature. In Ontario, that's not the case across the country.
If federally I want to launch a complaint against member X, I can write to the Ethics Commissioner, or does it have to be another member that writes?
Anybody can write to the Ethics Commissioner, and the Federal Ethics Commissioner has his own jurisdiction to consider whether or not to launch an inquiry.
To launch a complaint, anybody can write?
That's through you, Madam Speaker, yes, anybody
Okay,
can.
thank you. In the time of cost savings and people looking at us to be frugal in the whole 9 yards, and we have 4 accountability officers, do you think that maybe 1 or 2 of the officers can roll into each other?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to answer that question. I think that I don't have an answer to that question. I don't think it's appropriate for me to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this question. Can we ask another accountability officer, like the Auditor General, to combine your 2 offices and have more resources?
Through you, Madam Speaker, each of the accountability officers at the City of Toronto carry out distinct mandates. We do work that does not overlap with each other, and we work extremely hard among the 4 of us to ensure that there is no overlap or duplication, and we've done that in a more transparent way, in a clear way, since 2014-15. We've entered into a memorandum of understanding, which the main purpose of it is to ensure that we are using the public's resources in a manner that is the most efficient possible and respectful of the unique roles that each of us fulfill.
So, how many complaints did your office deal with in 2017? I mean, I see that you had something like 53 in the last 3 years. Would I be correct?
In 2017, there were 24 complaints, formal complaints. In 2018, there were 15 formal complaints.
So 2016, 2017, well, 2018 was not a full year because you also had the election, so you're dealing with some of those complaints.
Right.
You would have had how many complaints in those 2 years, 2016, 2017?
21 formal complaints in 2016 and 24 in 2017.
And that would be a total of 45. And
That-
28 informal complaints.
Those are formal complaints through you, Madam Speaker.
No, but I mean, so there will be 45 formal complaints and 28 informal. Is the blue an informal complaint?
No, so that, you're looking at the chart on page 26. The number at the top is the total. The blue part is, it's differentiating between complaints about members of council and members of local
So
boards.
we have a total of 45 complaints that your office investigated.
No, so the number we've received since 2015 is 53.
But in those 2 years that I'm looking at
Yeah.
right now, that's a total of 45 complaints.
That's right, yes.
And
Formal
the
complaints.
cost to this chamber from your office for the 2 years was, what did your office cost us?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Could somebody else assist?
It would be, through you,
Madam
Madam
Speaker,
Speaker, I don't have that number, and
Was anybody else from staff can assist us with the cost of the office was?
No idea.
the ballpark,
Counselor, hold on. I put your, the counselor has asked if we know what the total costs of 2016 and 17 from the office.
What is the integrity office costing the council chamber, the council per year? What is it costing the city per year?
so through you, Madam Speaker, it's going to be in the ballpark of between, it changed every year slightly, so between 450,000
Okay,
and
so we got
$500,000.
$1 million for 45 complaints.
So through you, Madam Speaker, the complaints are just one component of the work that the office undertakes.
Okay, this
All
is,
right. All right, thank you very much. I
thank
appreciate it.
you. Counselor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for this report. There were a couple of examples in this term, or I guess it was last term, in which council spent an entire day debating, I think in one case, two cases for you, or based on your report, we spent an entire council day debating and trying to decide whether to adopt your findings or to not. Is there a better way to have those resolved to some kind of reconciliation agreement or some kind of compromise before it hits the council floor, maybe even a meeting with the speaker to work out a simple apology or an understanding rather than having it on the council floor? I believe that one day where we dealt with two cases, we were on it for hours. I think it was 5 or 6 hours. Council time is very valuable. Should there be one more step before it hits the council floor?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the types of circumstances that you're referring to are the reasons why I commented in the report that I think one of the issues is to help council focus the debate that happens during those instances. I can assure you that, and I think the reports reflect this, that during my term and my predecessor's term, there's always an effort to try to resolve a matter, and if it has not been able to be resolved, that would be not for any lack of effort on anybody's part to try to do that.
My question is, should someone outside of your office try and bring the two parties together for some kind of solution or compromise before it hits the council floor?
Can you speak through the mic?
Yeah,
Nobody could
I'm
hear
sorry.
you.
So someone outside of your office, maybe the speaker, meet with the two parties and try and resolve it and have a solution arranged before it hits the council floor, rather than spending an enormous volume of time and resources to debate it and fight it out right here on the council floor.
So through you, Madam Speaker, that, with all due respect, is the role of the Integrity Commissioner to do. It's a function of the independent office of the Integrity Commissioner to attempt to resolve complaints. And almost, if you look back at the record of the office, that happens in, I would say, most of the cases that have come to council floor where there has been a resolution achieved, and so the report is really received just for information. Or you might not ever see it because it's been dealt with.
Right, okay, fair enough. Now, in 2 cases last term, there was one you investigated that involved a councillor who was no longer on council, and there was another case in which a staff member, a very senior staff member, I'm not going to mention who it was, brought a complaint, who was no longer an employee of the City of Toronto when your report was dealt with by council. I know we've touched on this before, but do you think we should be spending finite resources of your office investigating councillors who are no longer here, or investigating complaints by staff members who are no longer employees of the city?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I am not going to comment on any particular case. Generally speaking, there is always a consideration in my office about whether any complaint continues to have jurisdiction, has jurisdiction, had jurisdiction. As was alluded to before, anybody in the world can make a complaint under the Code of Conduct about a member of council. It's my office's job to make sure that the complaints made pass the threshold of sufficient information to be a complaint. As you probably noticed in the annual report, almost 3/4 of the complaints in any given year are dismissed, and so it is marred at an intake stage, and that's the function that my office performs, is to make sure that only complaints that require an inquiry because of the nature of them and the information available are the ones that the resources get spent on, and not the others.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I know there's a blackout period during election campaigns, since we just came out of an election campaign. What do you do with the complaints during an election campaign? You might find them in an
That was your last question?
You might find them in an email, in a telephone call, a voicemail. What do you do with those election-style complaints?
That's your last
Through you,
question.
Madam Speaker, we don't do anything with them because we're prohibited from doing that during the election period.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. Councillor Karygiannis.
Speak? To speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I certainly thank the Integrity Commission for coming today and enlightening us of the variables of the costs and the work that she's doing. So we've seen that it's 45 cases for close to $1 million. The figure that we do not account here is what is the cost, not only of your office, but to the city clerk, when one of us goes under investigation and we have to bring a lawyer by. There's also that cost that we have to think about it. And the results of the case is certainly, not all that high. Certainly speak to the work that she's doing, and certainly actually tells us that the work that we should be doing. However, I think that we also need to define what is the work of a city councillor. I don't think our work is only to be in this place and do the work here, but our work is also to interact with our constituents. And if you interact with one of your constituents and your constituent does not like what they're hearing, well, they can launch a complaint against you with the Integrity Commission. That happened to me. And of course, the Integrity Commission wrote a letter that says, I cannot interact with my constituents. And I sort of looked at that and I said, federally, provincially, it's different. Here, rules change. Well, politics is politics. It doesn't matter where you are. So I'm going to be writing to the Executive Committee and asking that we look if the money is well spent for that office and what it's costing us, or maybe we've got to look at amalgamating one or two of our accountability officers. I know that its office is trying to protect itself, and certainly we'll hear from the accountability officers that they will certainly try to look after their office, and if you want to call it, fight for their turf. But I mean, it's our responsibility also to make sure that we are held accountable. So when I hear 45 cases and $1 million, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm getting the best buck for my dollar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move to receive the report from the Integrity Commissioner and also to convey the thanks of City Council for her extraordinary service to us over her time as our Integrity Commissioner. I recognize that oftentimes it's not necessarily easy. You're balancing the needs of Council, of course, but also having to uphold Council members to a particular standard that we all should be bound by, simply by us taking our oath of office. I do find that, Madam Speaker, it's a very difficult process of having to report back to this council, the same council that she or the future Integrity Commissioner, and as well as the previous Integrity Commissioners, is that there is a power dynamic that exists on the floor of council when you have to respond to councillors and holders of this office when all you're trying to do is simply do your job. And I don't think that job is ever necessarily easy, but I have found in my dealings with the Integrity Commissioner, Valerie Jepson, to be an extraordinary individual, very strong communicator. She is firm, she's fair, she's consistent, and I believe that we owe her a thanks, a few words of thanks for the way she carried out her duties while she upheld the integrity of that office. Thank you very much for setting us an extraordinary example for all of us, and also the previous Integrity Commissioners who occupied the office. I think we have been extremely well served by all the office holders there. Thank you.
Okay, on the receipt, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, and just very briefly, would like to extend my thanks to the Integrity Commissioner for her service. I know it's not quite done yet, and we look forward to the rest of your term here, but since we've got your final annual report. Just two things of note. One, it is very disturbing that it takes, on average, 277 days to resolve complaints from the Integrity Commissioner's office. And I know that the Integrity Commissioner said that resources were one of the contributing factors and not the only contributing factor, and I appreciate that. But given the fact that the budget has been frozen in time for so many years, but at the same time, legislatively from the province, she and the office have been asked to do more and more and more. I really do hope that the motion that was passed during the budget process about looking at other mechanisms to fund the budget of the Integrity Commissioner are taken to heart. It's very easy for us to ignore budget requests from the accountability officers. It seems to have been, at least, because year after year, term after term, we tend to push off the investments in the infrastructure and the operating budgets that they're crying out for, that they're asking for. And part of it is because it's not a front-facing service in many ways, but I think this 277-day number gives us all a cause to say, you know, wait a second, this is a front-facing service, not only for the people making the complaints, the members of the public, but for us. I certainly don't want a report hanging over my head for 277 days, and I have been the subject of an Integrity Commissioner. I had to apologize for it, and I did, quite willingly. And I think that office did their work in an extremely professional fashion, and I valued that they did that work. And I'm glad they did. And I was glad to get that off my back. And I kind of feel bad for those councillors that had the one that was over 500 days hanging over their heads. But at the same time, that's going to continue happening. Might happen less because there's less councillors, or there's not specific councillors in here. But it might happen a little bit less, but it's still something that needs to get addressed. And now with the additional workload that they take on it's even that more important. The one thing, like when we had our first meeting with the new Integrity Commissioner, when she started discussing financial disclosure, I was actually really excited about that, because I think it's something that, given that it happens at other levels, it is a very easy way for us to lay our cards on the table and to demonstrate to the communities around us what we have at stake when certain decisions are made in this chamber. And I certainly hope that something comes back before Council, at least an update, maybe something to pass on to the next Integrity Commissioner, that will start us along those lines. And I would say that even if the province doesn't act on this, even if the province doesn't require us, this is a space we could lead. This is a space we could say, we are out front of this, we are not going to get legislated to do it, we're going to do it anyhow. Because we want to be the most accountable, we want to be the most transparent, we want to be the most responsible democratic body that this country has. And I certainly think we are quite a bit of a way there. I said that yesterday, I'll say it again today, but there is more that we can do, and that's one way I think we can help restore trust and strengthen trust amongst our residents and the council chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, and I don't want it to take away from the sincerity of our remarks, may I associate myself with the remarks of Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, with respect to the performance of the current Integrity Commissioner in her job. She has just, in my view, been excellent, both on a day-to-day basis and also on dealing with some of the thorny matters that have come her way. I will only say, in regard to this discussion that's going on, I guess we're hearing it often do in this chamber, both sides of the expenditure question, that the performance in jobs like this don't depend on either how much you spend or how little you spend. I think more so than anything else, it depends on the respect that is held in the council for the occupant of the job, and by individual councillors and by the council as a whole, showing respect for the office and the person who holds it. And so I just think this Integrity Commissioner has, and I know she's not leaving just yet, but she has, it's the last time she'll be in front of us in this manner, and she has conducted herself and carried out her often difficult responsibilities in a way that have brought respect for her and for the office she holds. And I just hope we can keep our mind all the time on the fact that we have to show respect for all of these accountability offices at all times. I don't think it is as much a matter of budget as it is a matter of our own attitude and approach to these people and to the difficult jobs they have to do, but very important jobs. Thank you.
On move receipt, all in favor? Carry. CC 5. Now? Okay. Yeah, okay, let's do quick releases. Yeah. Councillor Thompson.
Oh, sorry. I thought Deputy Mayor was going first.
I don't know what happened. His name just
No,
disappeared.
please allow him to go first so I can find
Okay,
that.
Deputy Mayor Minawong.
Thank you. I would like to release on page 4, report on an inquiry for prohibited communications during a procurement process. I've had a chance to talk to staff who was actually waiting to take his son to the baseball game, and I thought today it's better to let him go and take his son to the baseball game than have him wait in this chamber, so happy to release that.
Got a vote? All in favor?
All in favor? Carried.
The second one is page 8, MM 5.20, exploring partnerships to create a vibrant and sustainable community hub at Vaughan Road Academy. I have had my questions answered, and I'm happy to release that.
Okay. Can we just put that item on the screen? Okay.
I think that was...
Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. The first is on page 3. It's item EC 2.3, the harmonized bylaw and fees for sidewalk cafes, parklets, and marketing displays. We can do a quick release. Chair Deputy Mayor Thompson has a technical amendment from staff, so I can release it to him to move that. I believe this will be quick.
Councillor Thompson.
Name off, and then I can move that. Staff has the motion, if they can put it on the screen. Yeah, so the motion is simply to do the following. In the case where you have a business owner who transfers from an individual business entity, a sole proprietorship, to a corporation, that the provisions that exist with the sole proprietorship stays with the corporation. Essentially, that's what it means.
Okay, on the amendment. On favor, carried. Pardon? You have a question?
It's quick. It was a quick release.
It was a quick release. Who's got a question?
Nobody.
Is this not a quick release? Okay. Okay. Now, Councillor Cressy, do you have a quick release too? Okay.
Yes, I do. While they're talking on that, on page 5, item CC 5.12, this is 470 to 488 Wellington Street West. I can release this. I have an amendment, including an amendment with recommendations in the confidential report, so I can move that, and then I can release it. It's been circulated earlier today.
Okay, it's on the screen. Page 5, CC 5.12. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 4, item SC 4.5, I can release that. When this process started about the Toronto Wildlife Centre, it was not in my ward. However, while I'm sad to see it go, Jennifer McKelvey will be an excellent custodian of that wonderful centre.
So are you releasing on page 4, SC 4.5?
I am.
You didn't hold it.
Even better.
Well,
Yeah.
I held it.
And then he had put a hold on it.
Oh, okay.
Earlier, I am prepared to also let go of the hold. There was an amendment, though, so I think we need to vote on the amendment. The amendment simply puts a buffer zone between a local golf course and the Toronto Wildlife Centre of 30 meters for soft landscaping, which I think makes sense. So pending a recorded vote, I'm welcome to release it. Yeah, as requested by the golf course.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Crawford, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, item as amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Filion.
Thank you. Page 4, NY 4.1. I'm moving the staff recommendations that were in the supplementary report. There's an advanced circulation. It's long and unnecessarily complicated, probably. The only change I made to it is in recommendation 1, small 4, which is the number of visitor parking spaces. So I moved that from 12, which was in the supplementary report, to 17, but still well down from what the official plan requires, the justification for that being proximity to the Finch subway station.
Okay. Page 4, NY 4.1, Councillor Fillion has an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Oh, that was it. Okay?
And one more.
Okay.
Page 5, CC 5.6. It's a staff report with confidential attachment. I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay. On page 5, CC 5.6.
On page 5.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 4, item TE 4.79, this is the endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. Staff have worked and prepared an amendment that I think makes us current. And this is, we should have a celebratory drink, perhaps. The underlined ones there are additions. The local councillors have all signed off on them.
Okay. It's on the screen, page 4, TE 4.79. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor McKelvey, that was the one you already spoke on, right? Your name's there?
No, Madam Speaker, I can also release number 10, but I do have an amendment. Oh, I'm sorry, on page 10, item 529.
That's the member's motion.
Yeah, and there's an amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've worked with council colleagues and staff on this amendment, which changes it from an exemption to a deferral for development charges. And there will also be a staff report to look at how we can change this policy going forward so that it's fairer and more consistent with what's happening in the surrounding GTA. I'll release it on a recorded vote.
Okay, so on page 10, members' motion 5.29, there's an amendment. All in favor?
Recorded.
Recorded.
All in favor?
Recorded.
Recorded.
Recorded. Who asked for it? I can't hear. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a quick release?
I was standing, Speaker, because it wasn't clear to me whether or not we had actually dealt with the item on page 3 that Councillor Cressy was releasing, which is the harmonized bylaw and fees for sidewalk cafes and parklets. Councillor Karygiannis had a question. I have addressed the question. So did we actually complete it?
I thought we voted.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
So if we have, that's good.
Well, no,
Right.
we did vote on it, and then Councillor Karygiannis. Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, are we ready to vote on it?
Absolutely, yes. Recorded? Yes, recorded vote then, Speaker. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Yeah.
On the amendment, yes.
Right. Oh, Speaker, just while we're voting, I just didn't say thank you enough to the staff after 5 years. Great work, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. On the amendment. Yeah.
But I'm still waiting for that motion from 2011.
Councillor Thompson, please, your vote. Councillor Bailao?
It was supposed to be part of this bylaw, and it's not.
The amendment carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, on page 5, yeah, I have one more release. On page 5, members' motion 5.1, which is a liquor license for 4066 O'Dundas, which I held. I'll just release it. I spoke to the councillor, so I'm just releasing that. On favor, carried. Okay, we do have one motion to add. Who was that? Councillor Pasternak, and this is the last motion. Nobody, don't ask for any more members' motions to be asked, to be added. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, so we want to get this done now so the school can commence its own matching fundraising drive and design work.
On favor, carried. Okay, so now we'll go back to, Go ahead. We'll go back now to page 4. CC 5.1.
We're all set.
No, we're doing this one first, then no, we're doing this one first.
Oh, okay. That's mine.
Okay, 5.1, and then we're doing 5.2. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I think the Ombudsman is here. This is in response to a rather, this is questions here, before I speak. This was a pole replacement called Project Carlaw, where even the police were called, where you discovered that, or determined that there was a very poor communications plan with those who are having their hydro poles replaced.
That's correct.
And without giving us an entire presentation, can you just tell us a couple of things that went wrong, please?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. This arose from 6 complaints that came to us concerning a pole replacement project in Councillor Fletcher's ward. And the reports from the complainants were basically 2 things: that new hydro poles were being installed right in front of people's houses with no notice whatsoever coming from Toronto Hydro beforehand. And secondly, that when these homeowners had gone with questions or complaints to Toronto Hydro, they had experienced poor customer service, including delayed responses, sometimes partial or no responses, and what they perceived to be rude responses to their questions and concerns. All of the 6 had already raised their concerns with Toronto Hydro before they came to us, and 4 had raised them with the councillor. Following our inquiry, it was our finding that Toronto Hydro, although it had a detailed communication plan for this project, had not followed that plan. Adequate notice was not, in fact, provided. There were 3 different kinds of notice that were contemplated by the plan, the first one being a general notice to the neighborhood, and 16 houses didn't receive that at all. The second type of notice was intended for people who were having work done directly in front of their property, and 8 houses in that category didn't receive notice at all. And then the third notice that was intended to go to all of the neighbors just before the work was to begin was simply not delivered to anyone at all. Also, we found that the notice letters that did go out, while they had a lot of text in them, they didn't answer the questions or have the information that the residents actually wanted to know about this project. The website information about the project we found was confusing, unclear, and also out of date. In terms of customer service, through you, Madam Chair, we found that it really didn't meet reasonable standards in some cases. There were cases of people reporting staff being very rude and dismissive of their concerns. We found that some of the correspondence that Toronto Hydro sent in response to complaints was patronizing in its tone. Some residents were able to have the pole location modified by request to Toronto Hydro, but others were not. And there was no process and no explanation to residents about whether and when the pole location could be changed. There are, of course, safety and other considerations that have to be paramount, but residents were never told what the constraints were, how their requests for a change of location would be handled. We also found that staff treated some residents with a lack of respect when they were asked for more information or when they asked how to escalate their concerns. And finally, we found that staff overreacted to challenging customer behavior, in one instance calling the police when a homeowner asked what would happen if she planted a tree in the proposed location.
Thank you. And since that time, I sent you some photographs where someone who had been a complainant, I believe, came home and found subsequent work done on their property with absolutely no consultation or alerting them that they would have the guy wires and the yellow plastic. Did that surprise you?
Your office notified my office yesterday of a couple of, I think they're called guide wires, yes, with yellow plastic covers on them. I was a little bit surprised, yes.
After what Toronto Hydro said, how they were going to basically bring their communications and with the people who are having the poles up to a certain standard. And there seems to be a problem with removing the old poles. I'm going to ask Ms. Barbara Gray about that. These are utilities, and they're all in our right-of-way, and I know, of course, that other utility companies can do whatever they want, but these are now double-poled all over the city. Is that a standard that's acceptable to you?
Through the Speaker, the company has 1 year to remove the double poles. Often there are many services that are on those poles, and they have to get the services removed and moved onto the new pole before they can take the old one away.
And how is that tracked? Who tracks that?
Question.
The time for completion?
Yes, when they go in and then when they're removed.
The time for completion, as I understand it, is not formally tracked?
By anybody?
Is my understanding. Maybe the Ombudsman knows differently than me.
If I may just mention, in all 6 of these cases, the poles were there much longer than 1 year. In some cases, I think 2 years.
Thank you. I'll have a motion with that.
Reasonable.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really quite surprised by what I'm reading here, because our dealings with Toronto Hydro have always been positive. Their response has always been quick. We've managed to resolve issues at the local level. So I'm really quite astounded by what you've written here. Is this part of a trend you've noticed, or is this a one-off?
This inquiry, through you, Madam Chair, this inquiry dealt with this project in this part of the city. I would not say that we have seen a broad trend.
Now, I notice you've touched on page 9 the public confusion about the right-of-way. How do we deal with this situation in which many homeowners don't realize that the city, in fact, owns a good chunk of their front yard?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that is a very real issue, and that people believe that something is happening on their front lawn when in fact it's happening on the city's property. I would submit that it's both a shared responsibility of the city and the utility doing the work to ensure that homeowners understand that. and also to respect the fact that that being the case, the homeowner has an interest in where the pole will be situated and having reasonable notice.
I think, could part of the problem now be that new homeowners buy title insurance and don't do a traditional survey the way they used to? A traditional survey would show the demarcation between private and public property. Should there be new protocols when people are buying homes to fully understand what's theirs and what's not theirs?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure that even under the old system where people had traditional surveys, that they really focused on the fact that their front lawn only went a certain distance, and then beyond that was public, the city's property. So I'm not sure that new protocols would address it. I would advocate new and improved communication to clarify people's understanding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Holiday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the Ombudsman, thank you for your report. As a councillor with experience with these types of issues, I appreciate the findings of them. I'm interested primarily in the policy that City Council passed, including the report that contained the Universal Equipment Placement Guidelines. And I wondered if you had taken those into consideration as part of your review.
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm having trouble hearing. Which guidelines are you referring to?
Sure, I'm just reading it from my screen. It's the Universal Equipment Placement Guidelines. I think they were passed about a year ago, and they address utility companies putting equipment in the right-of-way. Were they part of the process around this?
We did look at those as part of our inquiry.
Okay.
Toronto Hydro did consider those in determining where to place the poles.
I appreciate the findings in the report that speak to shortcomings of Hydro in its own process that you examined. I wondered, though, if in any way your report or your recommendation to Council is that Hydro should take a higher standard than what would be required in the Universal Equipment Placement Guidelines. And what I'm getting at is do you feel that Hydro is a special category of utility that may have a higher degree of onus on it than all the other utilities that we deal with that work in the corridor? Is there any intent on that here? I didn't...
It's through you, Madam Speaker. It's not something that we directly addressed.
Okay.
I take Toronto Hydro's word when they say that they set themselves a very high standard, and I hope that the public and council will hold them to that, but they unfortunately did not meet it in this case.
Understood. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did, and I have some motions. I don't know if they're ready.
Okay, do you want to hold it down?
Yes, and then we'll go to the next one.
Go
Come
to the
back.
next
That's
item,
perfect.
yeah,
Thank you.
okay. No, that's okay. So we'll go to item CC 5.2, which is the Ombudsman. Okay, if we can clear the screen there, please. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, you would like the presentation?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have requested the Ombudsman provide us with a brief overview of the
Okay.
report.
Thank you. All right.
Shelley, can you come and take the chair? I'll tell you when she calls.
No, I just, my staff needs to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Oppler. You're going to proceed with the presentation?
Yes, certainly. Through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, those of you who were councillors in the last term may recall that in January of 2018, my office brought an investigation report to you concerning the priority transfer process for tenants at TCHC whose units were putting their health or safety at risk. And we found that the process was unfair and really broken. The waiting list was bloated and inefficient. There were more than 1,400 households sitting on that wait list, 55% of which had been there for more than 5 years. The system at the time did not prioritize in any way those with the most critical health or safety needs. And also, we found that the applications were being handled by TCHC in a way that was inconsistent and that lacked due process and fairness. So at that time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made 21 recommendations, including that TCHC create a new crisis category for the most serious health and safety cases, and that should rank above the overhoused category, that they develop a fair application, evaluation, and communication process, and that they design a fair outcome for all those tenants who had been on that legacy wait list of 1,400 households. At the time, Council passed a motion asking that we return to Council in Q1 of 2019 with a report on TCHC's implementation of the recommendations, and that is the report before you. In terms of that implementation, TCHC got to work immediately in February of last year, began to develop the new crisis transfer category, worked with the city to rank it higher than overhoused, and develop new procedures for considering and addressing applications. In June, TCHC announced the new crisis priority plan to tenants, and they did so through a number of different vehicles as outlined in the report. On July the 1st, exactly on schedule, TCHC implemented the new crisis transfer category and priority transfer process, and it began considering applications. As the report details, there was a large influx of applications at the beginning, a very high workload, and TCHC, in fact, hired outside resources to help deal with that large number of initial applications. And in November of 2018, to deal with the legacy waitlist issue, it announced a one-time unit selection and matching process. And through that process, tenants on the waitlist were offered access to available units to see whether any would suit their needs. 434 households participated and 257 were matched. And it's our understanding that TCHC is going to run that process one more time in hopes of matching some more. There were some challenges. There have been some challenges, if I may say, in implementing the new process. One that I wish to highlight for Council has to do with the question of objective verification in cases where tenants are applying on the basis that they are either victims or witnesses suffering intimidation. This criterion for crisis priority requires that there be a deliberate, continued, verifiable, and immediate risk of death or serious bodily injury. And to address the need for independent verification, TCHC designed a crisis questionnaire for the police to complete. I believe that was done with the cooperation of Toronto Police Services. However, as it has evolved, the police, while prepared to fill out the factual parts of that questionnaire, have declined to provide a risk assessment because of liability concerns. So TCHC is continuing to work with Toronto Police Services to try to find a way of getting this information that meets both parties' needs, but have not yet achieved that. And I would suggest that this should be a priority for TCHC management and for its board. It's a very important part of the process. We received in my office 46 complaints in the second half of 2018 concerning this new process. Most of them were premature, and so we sent complainants back to TCHC. They do have a review process as part of this, and it was incumbent on complainants, applicants, to exercise their right to review before we could look at the cases. In the remaining cases that we did look into in our office, they mainly dealt with delays and how long things had taken, or claims that the denial of an application had been unfair. We looked at each of those cases, those 16, and we were able to resolve each one to our satisfaction. But in the process, we worked with TCHC to fine-tune some of its practices and to help make this new system work better for tenants. In terms of our findings and recommendations, this is my final slide. We have found that TCHC has directly addressed all of our recommendations. They did so in a timely way. It took a lot of care and time, and we commend them for that. We believe that they are responding with reasonable care to challenges during implementation. They set tight timelines for themselves, and they met those. It's our recommendation, Madam Deputy Chair, that City Council accept this report and request further updates as needed on this process directly from TCHC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, you held the item, but I see you're listed second here. Oh, Councillor Fletcher is back. We'll let Councillor Fletcher go first. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I just want to clarify a couple of things. There was a wait list of, I believe, 1,400 people that were on the regular
Households.
households on the regular wait list, and then there was the other 1,300 members. So I may have them mixed up. And when we moved to set up the proper wait list or get to deal with the people who had health issues or safety at risk issues, the wait list of households that weren't in that category was dropped. There's no more wait list of those people that had their name on a wait list.
There were two wait lists. There was the overhoused wait list, and my colleague is just looking up the number on that. And then below that was the medical and safety at risk wait list, which at the time contained 1,400 households. The medical and safety at risk wait list is the one that TCHC has now eliminated, and in the process of eliminating it is doing this matching process.
And what happened to the overhoused wait list?
The overhoused wait list, I don't know, but there is somebody here from TCHC who could certainly address that.
What happened to that one?
Through you, Madam Chair, the overhoused wait list is still in existence. We're actually legislated through the Housing Services Act to work through that overhoused list. The Ombudsman's recommendation effectively asked us to narrow down a definition of crisis and rank that higher than overhoused. The medical and safety at risk list will be closed after we're done the second round of the matching process, so that there'll be SPP, which is legislated, crisis, which is new, and then overhoused, which is also legislated.
And these are internal TCHC wait lists, correct? They're not held by Housing Connections? They're
Through you, Madam Chair, no. The medical and safety at risk one was voluntarily created by Toronto Community Housing several years ago. The overhoused list is legislated through the Housing Services Act.
So it's held at Housing Connections or not?
No, TCHC administrates the list
That's what I'm
internally.
asking. TCHC administers two of these. Housing Connections has a different one. And then I just want to ask about another wait list, Madam Chair, which is the market units, of which there's 11% of all households are market units. There is no wait list for market units. Is that right?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
There's a wait list that is at each of the OUs. That's a casual wait list for 10% of the portfolio at the discretion of the OU manager.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
So where's the transparency for those people that have been looking for a market unit?
So the market units is a different process. Again, we have 10% of our portfolio that's market, and it's not legislated in any manner. What normally happens is renters who are looking for immediate tenancy will go and express an interest in a specific unit at the local operating unit. There used to be a market rent wait list some time ago, but it didn't work because what was happening was TCHC was calling people on the list in order of priority, but finding that the list was so stale that they had already found tenancy elsewhere because, again, market renters are looking for immediate tenancy, which was the reason that we abandoned that process and made it something locally managed through an expression of interest process.
But you don't have a place where when something comes up, it's advertised in any way, as some other, most landlords do that, they advertise that it's available.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have enough expression of interest volume in each operating unit that we didn't necessarily need to advertise. However, there is a process for market rent units that don't have anybody expressing an interest where we will advertise them on our own website. When levels of market rent vacancy reach a point where there is a concern, we will go to external third-party websites like many private entities.
So you just said that it's a stale list, and yet people have their names on it at the operating unit manager level. to
Through you,
get
Madam Chair,
market
the
rent?
previous wait lists that were being administrated were stale at all times. Now that it's an expression of interest, the lists are much smaller, they're more immediate. We're able to connect with people and lease the units faster than having to call through a stale list.
And do you have a policy at TCHC of staff who work for TCHC able to get market units or come first on the list for market units?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is no policy that prohibits a TCHC staff from expressing an interest in or leasing a market rent unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to the Ombudsman for her report. Just a few questions, if I may. With respect to the the crisis priority transfer, this, according to your report, I think there's about 1,700 plus applications. This is a big jump up from what was the original list under the category of medical and safety at risk priority transfer, which had about 1,400. In your report, it's also noted that that sort of demand was unforeseen. But what's also unforeseen is that the demand has sustained itself. It looks like it's very difficult to make a dent in that wait list. Can you provide us with some insights on why that is, based on your observations?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that what has been clear throughout this process is that there are many tenants at TCHC whose needs are not being very well met, and those are safety needs and medical needs. The problem was that the old process set an unrealistic expectation that if they applied through this system and got on the wait list, then their needs would be better met, and that had not happened. So that was the reason for our recommendation that a crisis system be put into place so the most serious cases could be identified. But I do believe that there continue to be a number of tenants who really, truly believe that they need a different unit for health and safety reasons, and that's, I surmise, the reason for the very high number of applications.
Thank you. And with respect to the new crisis priority transfer system, when a tenant is hoping to to sort of qualify on that list, qualify for a unit transfer, they have to be a victim or a witness suffering intimidation, and they must be put at risk of death or serious bodily injury due to deliberate, continued, verifiable, and immediate threat that can be addressed with a unit transfer. And in your report, you also note that there were some challenges between TCHC and the Toronto Police in developing a protocol that could be agreed by both parties, I guess, and also in terms of that protocol being accessible and consistent access with the tenants. What's the status of that? Because this new priority transfer list is now, I believe, 6 months old?
A little bit more, yes.
A little bit longer, yeah. Yes. July 1st, 2018. So there has been some time to socialize the new priority list. There's been time for TCHC to work with the Toronto Police. What continues to be that barrier? Why can't they get to a commonplace denominator here?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my understanding, as I mentioned, is that the police initially were partners in developing this questionnaire, but then pulled back on the risk assessment part for liability concerns. But I would like to defer that question to TCHC, who can tell you firsthand.
Right. And as you get ready to answer that question, can you expand on the liabilities that the Toronto Police have states that is preventing them from cooperating?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll do my best. You'll have to forgive me for not being a lawyer. The protocol is less the issue with Toronto Police Service. The actual mechanics of us transacting information with them is actually going quite well. We partnered with them to devise a form to transact information and for them to provide details that would allow us to qualify people. However, when we get to a point where there is an intimidated victim or an intimidated witness, we're essentially asking the police to characterize the level of risk that tenant may be dealing with. And so for two reasons, that's a bit of a challenge for them. One is you're asking them to rely on physical evidence or what little evidence they may have to opine on whether there's a risk at all, and then what level of risk there may be. I think that their lawyers are reticent in terms of making a decision or characterizing that risk with the potential that it may be wrong, and then bearing some liability by virtue of that. In terms of steps that we're taking, I'll stop in case you have another question.
I do have another question. Madam Speaker, can I ask that you ask members of council just to keep their voices down? I'm having a real hard time hearing the answer. Thank you very much for the pause. With respect to TCHC members who are not tenants, who are not able to access police services, because not every one will be feeling safe enough to access police. They may not want to call the police on someone who is perhaps a family member that could be causing them harm, putting their lives at risk, any type of threats. What is the alternative route to determine, to establish that they are truly at risk, assuming that the Toronto Police cannot be called, because the police aren't going to be the solution for everything?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, you've hit on something that is very difficult for us, because Toronto Community Housing, in the interest of maintaining an equitable process, had to be able to rely on information that could be verified by an authority, which is the reason that we decided to rely on Toronto Police Service to do this. It is true that in our communities we have demographics of people that don't have quality relationships with the police or are fearful to go to the police, and there is not another avenue that we have explored yet to deal with those, and we have encountered it. We are looking at that issue, and to answer an earlier question and pursuant to answering this one, we're working with Toronto Police Service on options that they can recommend for that as well. We have a memorandum of understanding with Toronto Police Service that's due for review this year, so we're going to be taking these issues to that discussion. I believe those are scheduled over the course of the next 6 weeks, so we hope to make some progress there. But we are going to have to take that issue away to look at other options to verify these issues. Because it is very difficult to take what's reported by tenants at their word without some means of verifying it.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Ombudsman, and I guess to follow up on Councillor Wong Tim's questions, I just want to touch on the three areas I had the biggest concerns about, or I hear back most about, the high-risk transfers, and the one is around the police information, both tenants who feel that the police gave improper information or they didn't give enough information, and so that impacts their transfer. And you mentioned in your presentation about you thought other avenues had to be looked at, and I don't know if that was just addressed by TCHC or what you meant by that.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, that was the issue that Mr. Leah just addressed in his answer. It is a difficult situation. We did encounter one complaint of somebody who didn't want to go to the police, was afraid to go to the police because of some past experiences. We had recommended that there be no discretionary out of the process transfers. However, that in certain cases where there were unusual circumstances like that, a case could be escalated to the CEO for a decision. And I believe that was, did that happen in this case? Yes, it happened in 2 occasions where the process didn't quite fit the unique circumstances of the case for those types of reasons. But it is, as Mr. Leah has said, a challenging area that TCHC still needs to work on.
Because the other related part of this scenario that happens as well, I find, is I have buildings where a number of tenants feel that they're at risk, so they've asked for a high-risk transfer. One hears through word of mouth the bad experience that the other one had dealing with the police, or not, or basically having their transfer denied, and they feel they're in a similar situation. They don't even bother applying for the transfer based on what they hear from one of their neighbors.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's certainly regrettable. I really don't know what to say, except I believe, and I certainly expect, that TCHC will look at every application individually, and what happened in your neighbor's application isn't necessarily a guide to what's going to happen in yours. So if they do come to you, Councillor, I would encourage each one to apply. The new system is supposed to be designed to provide more help for tenants in putting their application together and knowing what kind of information is necessary to put forward. And certainly it's my expectation that there's more support built in So please encourage individual households who feel that they may qualify for this to make their application.
Okay, and thank you. And the second one on my list is around building preference. There's a concern by some residents, they've applied for transfers. The buildings they've been offered are not very far away from where they're living currently when they ask for the transfer. So they're concerned they're still at risk even though they've been moved to another building because they're basically still in the same neighborhood. I was just wondering about parameters around that and how that was being dealt with.
Well, certainly our recommendation was that once a household is approved, TCHC needed to identify the needs and propose units that would meet those needs. If there's a concern that that's not happening, I think I need to defer that to Mr. Leah to address, because people should be having their needs met if they are indeed classified as being in a crisis.
Okay. All right.
Through you, Madam Chair, the idea of preferences is another challenging shift for our tenants, because in the previous model they were able to identify as many preferences that they wanted and would wait on the list to get a matched unit. Today, the process only affords them up to 3 units of preference. We do an interview with them once they're approved to assess what their specific needs are, and to look at whether proximity is a factor in finding units outside. I regret to hear that someone's felt that process hasn't effectively happened. There is a review process that people can appeal to do a procedural review if they felt that they didn't get it, an offer that comported with what their needs are. But you'll note that the refusal rate on those that are approved is also relatively high. We anecdotally believe, and we're going to be tracking this going forward, that a lot of tenants still have very specific preferences for where they want to go, and when they don't get an offer in the area that's their target area of the city, they're generally upset with the outcome.
Okay, and the reason for reducing the number of choices down to 3, because that's, my next question, I've had tenants complain about the standard that the 3 places they're offered are in buildings that they consider of a lower standard than the building they're in currently.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can appreciate that, but keep in mind that the spirit of the Ombudsman's overall recommendations were to address people in crisis, and that had to be the predominant organizing principle for us finding them a new place to live. That doesn't afford us a lot of ability to take into consideration their sense of the quality of the building that we're offering. We're literally trying to save their lives in many cases. The idea of only offering them 3 was to expedite the process in terms of moving them and relocating them as quickly as we possibly could. But we also didn't want to get into a secondary process once people were approved of having to manage over a long, protracted term their preferences in a secondary process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the Ombudsman. The TCH has its own ombudsman. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, it does not.
It has someone who reviews tenant evictions.
It has the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity, who deals with evictions of vulnerable tenants for rental arrears exclusively.
Exclusively. Was there any overlap between your work and their mandate?
Through you, Madam Chair, no.
So it seems to me from the definitions here that we're trying to create a pseudo witness protection plan. We're moving people who could be possible witnesses to a crime into another unit to keep them away from some kind of intimidation or threats?
Through you, Madam Chair, the purpose of the crisis priority, as I understand it, is to serve people's needs, but to be safe in their homes.
So to what degree is police giving advice on how this program should work? Police are certainly experienced with witness protection. They don't seem very involved in our policy making here.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the police were involved. One of the things that TCHC reported to us in the implementation of these recommendations is that it has caused them to improve and build upon their relationships not only with police, but also with healthcare services and other community resources. I think the police have to be a partner for TCHC in dealing with these challenging safety issues.
Certainly, police documentation has to back up any request for transfer.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's what TCHC has determined.
Yeah. So, because of the inherent problems I see here, do the applicants to this program really understand how serious the situation has to be eligible for a transfer under this program?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that you have put your finger on one of the issues, Councillor Pasternak. Despite efforts by TCHC to communicate the new criteria, I believe I would surmise that many applicants don't appreciate how high the bar, the standard is now for qualifying as being in crisis.
Right, so when we see the number 1,749 applications, in fact, many of those are not even eligible for this program.
The vast majority of them are not.
Is it made it clear to these applicants that they are not eligible and they will not get a transfer under this program?
Well, each of those applications, through you, Madam Chair, has been considered through the process, and in the vast majority of them, the application has been denied because they didn't meet the criteria.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Members, it's 25 to 6. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Okay, I think she wants to not entertain that, right?
I would move to finish, if that's what you're
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. Did you move to finish it?
Move to complete the agenda?
Motion by Councillor Pasternak to finish the agenda. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so maybe we can move it along. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, yes. So following on Councillor Pasternak's questions, there were, out of 1,700 cases reviewed for the crisis priority transfers, it was winnowed down to fully qualified and needing action was 197, something like just under 200. So roughly, is it fair to ask how many of those were domestic abuse related?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't say specifically how many were domestic abuse. There's actually a separate qualification for domestic abuse that's legislated. Those cases are referred actually back to the city through Housing Connections, and they are remedied. I don't happen to know that number offhand.
So that's where I'm going with this. So you make your determination, crisis priority transfers, and that's a TCHC operation. But the purpose of going all the way back to legislating it all the way back to Housing Connections then opens it up. Those need priority. They can go to sort of anomalous forms of housing. That can then lead to maybe co-op placement or anything on the Housing Connections list then becomes a possible remedy to the situation. Is that the reason for taking it back to that point?
So the Special Priority Program is legislated to address people who are victims of domestic abuse or human trafficking, because those are obviously very serious.
Yes.
And there is a process managed through the city to expedite dealing with those, and they include the flexibilities that you described.
So if a case, found its way to you through that, you would then bump it up to that other process.
Yeah, so that SPP process through you, Madam Chair, has been in existence for a long time. We're very well versed in recognizing it and referring it quickly.
So the process that you've done, and you now note that the process is complete. You've set up this crisis priority transfer unit that has the sole purpose of resolving these situations, reviewing and then resolving. So does it only have at its disposal truly TCHC run or contracted facilities? It doesn't have at its disposal the many co-op housing opportunities, seniors and otherwise, that are on the Housing Connections list?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. I mean, at its face, we're working within our own portfolio because we're at a size that can contemplate dealing with 200 approvals within a 6-month period. I don't want to misrepresent that we don't work closely with the city when dealing with people in crisis on looking at all alternatives, including those that may potentially be beyond the Toronto Community Housing portfolio.
Okay, and lastly, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, one to you and I think one to the Ombudsman. If a person finds themselves in this position, but now they're paying market value when they find themselves in crisis, or even are ramped up, even it's abuse case, but they're paying market value, do they get to go through the same process, or do they still get your attention?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify the question, Councillor, if somebody who is enjoying an RGI subsidy is approved for a crisis transfer, their subsidy ports with them, so they wouldn't necessarily be bumped to market rent, if that's your question.
No, I'm asking if the crisis in their life happens when they are a market value tenant in your portfolio. Do they still get the services your office offers?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, they don't. So this crisis transfer policy applies uniquely to those enjoying an RGI subsidy. Those with a market rent situation presumably have alternatives in the private sector that they can explore. So we have decided to put our resources into helping social housing tenants.
Okay, so I would ask the Ombudsman if you have reviewed this. It's a somewhat anomalous situation, but it can happen. It can happen, particularly if it's one of the more dire, an in fact employed tenant, market value. All of these crisis supports are not available to them, even though we know that market value in TCHC at the moment is not true market value, and they may feel similarly trapped. They have no support services. Is that a gap that you looked at?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not a gap that I was aware of or gave any thought to until you raised it a moment ago. I don't think I would really be comfortable commenting without thinking it through and exploring it further. So I'm sorry I can't assist.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would move to receive the report from the Ombudsman and offer just a few words. This particular new process that's been established by TCHC, as noted in the Ombudsman's report, came out of the fact that there was a very long wait list in the medical, so many different titles, medical and safety at risk priority transfer list. And people languished on that list for sometimes up to 5 years. Now that there's a development of this new list, the crisis priority transfer list, the expectation is that perhaps this list would then be moved along a lot quicker. But I think that there are some things that are coming to light that TCHC will need to continue to refine, and I recognize that they are struggling because there are some variables that they don't necessarily have control over, such as the evaluation process and ensuring that if you don't have access to Toronto Police or if you don't feel comfortable and safe speaking to the police, there has to be some active investigation on behalf of TCHC to reach out proactively and try to determine whether or not that individual who is asking for help, and they're asking for help if they believe they're at risk of death or serious bodily injury due to deliberate, continued, verifiable, and immediate threat, and that a unit transfer will be able to literally save their life. And I think, Madam Speaker, what is important here is that we may have, or the TCHC may have tried to create a system that will work to address the backlog and the wait list, but at the same time, perhaps may have set up another barrier by needing the Toronto Police to come forward to verify this information, especially since the answers from TCHC staff as well as the Ombudsman, his report, have already noted that the police are not always going to be cooperative, or because of something called liabilities, or there may be individuals from the TCHC community that do not feel comfortable contacting the police. And I can understand that. if you are someone who's living in TCHC and the person that's causing you harm is someone that you actually love, whether it's a parent or a child through elder abuse or perhaps an intimate partner, you don't necessarily want to contact the police. So how are you going to verify that you are at immediate risk and harm, even death? Now, TCHC staff will have to be very proactive in determining whether or not that threshold is met, especially since if there is no police report. But if they're not proactive in looking for those signs, or they're not necessarily trained on looking for those signs, that individual who is living under threat will continue to feel the threat, Madam Speaker. And this is where I think we're going to need TCHC to continue to refine the process and the program here. Madam Speaker, I think it's important that out of the Ombudsman's report, she specifically asked to develop a clear process to handle these exceptional cases. TCHC is trying to do that. What's not clear, Madam Speaker, is whether or not the outcome is the intended outcome. And that's what is so critical in terms of the next few, I would say, months of constant evaluation and program development. I think it's also important, Madam Speaker, is that there is a formal process of appeal, but that appeal goes directly to the CEO's office. And somehow it's been exercised with a lot of discretion. And I think that what's not contained in this report is what does that process look like moving forward? And that's what we don't have here. But Madam Speaker, I do believe it's critically important because someone needs to be able to advocate on behalf of those tenants, or at least put together a sober new lens to evaluate the situation before it happens. Madam Speaker, there is one particular note in this report that I want to just bring your attention to. There was a woman who feared that her gang-involved ex-partner would retaliate or cause her to be harmed if she reported this threat to the police. Her child was taken away, her newborn infant was taken away at a particular point in time because she could not provide safe accommodation and housing to her child. The system failed her, and it was very traumatic. Even though she had asked for help, even though there was a recognized request for priority transfer, during that period of time, CAS took away her child, and she had to, Madam Speaker, final thought, this is important, she had to appeal to extraordinary circumstances, and at that point in time, the CEO of TCHC said, let's fix this right away.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay. No, let's move, Councillor Wong-Tam's move of receipt of the report. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, back to your item, your motion.
Thank you, and thank you to the clerks because it was a last-minute motion, and it's coming up on the screen. And that would be these new oh, I know, I wanted to show you the picture. Hang on, I have 5 minutes. I'll get over there. Is this mic on here? Yep, it's on. Thank you. This is the reason why I'd like to see that review of what the Toronto Hydro indicated they would be doing to the Ombudsman, because even after that report, this is what one of the complainants came home to find on his front yard, but without anyone having spoken to them at all. So it appears that the communications that were promised might not be as robust as they should be. And I think it really is up to us to make sure that that's happening. I know that Toronto Hydro sent a survey around to all councillors' offices, just to the councillor, asking what we think of their, personal information.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. That perhaps doesn't actually meet the standard as well. It's a councillor communications survey in order to say, how are we doing? Well, the Ombudsman has said how they're doing. So I think that I would like to see some of the actual communication materials that are being sent out and that go door to door and go to people's homes, because I don't think this is good enough. This does not meet the city standard. And when that report comes back, I'm going to be asking the city manager as to what are the requirements of Toronto Hydro to meet a city standard. Do they have a requirement like anyone else, or are they excluded from that standard? Because this does not meet a standard for the City of Toronto after the Ombudsman has spent 6 months or a year looking at the miscommunication around this project. The other two, if you could put them back up on the screen, I'd appreciate that. The other two motions actually have to do with the utility poles. And the Ombudsman said that if we could get those back up. When I asked her, when I asked Ms. Gray about those, and then asked the Ombudsman whether or not the utility poles had been removed within the 12 months, and they hadn't been. So there doesn't seem to be a strong requirement to refresh the street. We now have poles that are very large. If you haven't seen them, they're surprisingly large. And I'm just going back to my chair.
No, 7 in total. There's probably
Looking very white up there. I'm back.
Put your glasses
Oh, a new friend. So that I believe that if I can get that motion up there, this really has to do with the utility poles, because we should, just as when we've dug up the road and put the asphalt, people want that repaired within the time frame. And if they haven't been, I think we need to know that, and they have to be done within that time. And again, it would be great if Toronto Hydro just started tomorrow to get those done. And also, we have a lot of use of the right-of-way. How can we get better compliance from utilities? People think that City Council makes those decisions. I think we probably don't communicate well enough that it's utility companies that seem to have, they do have a right over our right-of-ways, but really it should be much more in a partnership. And I want to say in particular when it is our corporation, of which we are the sole shareholder. We aren't the sole shareholder of Enbridge Gas. We aren't the sole shareholder of Rogers, of Bell, of all of the other utilities that have the right to dig up the road and do what they'd like. We are the sole shareholder of Toronto Hydro. And I think if we can work on a new standard for that utility, it would be very helpful for all of the other utilities to be more compliant. So I request your support for these and to get that report back by the city manager later this year.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday has a question.
I did. I just want to. So on item number 2, there's a standard to remove the pole in 12 months. So I'm with you on this because I had trouble with a pole in my ward, but one of the issues was the other utilities had stuff on it, and I think it might even have been the city. So would you take it as the spirit of the motion that, the consultation of the city manager also means consultation with our divisions, because
Oh, yes, absolutely.
they may need to step up, and that there's also
100%.
a recognition that sometimes things are outside of Hydro's control.
Absolutely, but, we should know who else is on that pole, when are they moving it, or your cable might be cut off, because it has to be. If you go down Dundas and you look at Dundas with 50-foot poles, new, and all the other ones doubled up, it is just one of the ugliest things you will ever see. And I understand the need to refresh the grid. I've got that. I've got all of it. Everyone wants good power delivered to their homes, and they want a stable system and a stable grid. But they don't want to feel abused on the door, especially with Toronto Hydro, because they have a way to talk to us about how they'd like to be treated by our corporation. And I think they're very wise to ask for that, Councillor, and I believe that that's what I would expect from the city manager.
And
Absolutely.
I think you'd agree, if you came in my ward, even close to my house, you'd see these nice, tall, new hydro poles with fresh wires on the top, and then you'd see these old poles with bell wires hanging and lots of things.
It's
and
dreadful.
And it's utilities that need to move over to the other poles that sometimes hang up. And
Well,
if
we
the
don't know
spirit
what
is to
poles
try
they're
to
moving to.
capture that, that's great.
Yes,
Okay.
what poles are, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move it along. Okay, motion on the screen, we'll vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Item is amended. On favor, carried. Members, motion 535 that we just circulated for Councillor Pasternak. On favor, carried. Okay, we'll go back to civic appointments. CA 4.1, which is appointment to the Toronto Transit Commission. Can we clear the screen, please? Okay, who wants, anybody, does anybody gonna talk? Pardon? Do we have any questions in the public session? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my questions are for the clerk staff, or the clerk. Okay. So, Mr. Elveridge, I just wanted to ask about, so one of the components around this I'm trying to understand. So we have a gender equity policy that we passed, I believe, in 2016. It only applies to the corporate panels that so it doesn't apply to the TTC or Toronto Public Library, for example, which are the two before us today.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. Council's public appointments policy says generally that the appointments should reflect the diversity of the city, but there are no targets in the public appointments policy. The only target that Council has approved is one for gender diversity on corporation boards, and that would be 50% by 2020, I think, is the target that Council established.
Just on corporate boards?
That's correct.
Okay. And then when we, so that policy doesn't apply here today to either one of these two that we're discussing?
The general policy of diversity of public appointments does, but the target, there is no formal target for local boards, which is the subset that the library falls under.
So if we had any target on gender equity, that would be completely up to the chair and the members of the committee to try and think what's suitable?
Correct, yes. Diversity is one of the things that takes as part of the discussion.
And then when it comes to gender diversity, I understand we don't have an official gender diversity policy. We have kind of parameters, like there's categories listed in the confidential attachment around different categories that we have, but we don't have a formal gender diversity policy.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, the public appointments policy says that the appointments that the city makes, as a whole, should reflect the diversity of the city. So we do ask applicants about their demographics to provide that to the panels and to Council as background information to help judge whether or not that policy is being observed. But again, as I say, there's no targets per se. There's only targets for corporation boards.
Right. And then in terms of, I'm going to use the TTC as an example in this case. So the TTC board or management were asked to submit a list of recommendations or criteria they would like to see reflective in the capabilities of their board members. But I don't understand in this report, for example, how that is reflected or measured or reported on.
Well, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we do as staff, one of the best practices that we've adopted is we consult with each of the boards for whom we're recruiting to get input. That's one piece of input into the types of skills and experience that are necessary on the boards. And then we relay that to the either the Civic Appointments Committee or the nominating panel, depending on the body that's doing it. We relayed out in the reports. We provide a summary of the types of feedback that we got from the program staff.
But, so I guess what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Eldridge, so TTC, once again, is an example. I think there's 10 or 12 attributes that they're looking for board members, but there's nothing in the report that says these are the 9 attributes that we're looking for, and the people that we appointed encompass all of those 9 attributes, or we're like 7 out of 9, or?
Madam Speaker, again, what is provided in the report that we provide to the Appointments Committee, it's at the applicant stage. So they have a long list of applicants, and we provide the feedback on what the agency has told us. So if you're asking me, does somebody go and then do that counting after the fact, that doesn't happen, because that's what happens is the committee meets, it considers, and makes its decision, and then the committee makes its recommendation to you. So I guess maybe another way, Madam Speaker, of answering that is, no, there is no supplementary kind of calculation that's made on the people that the Appointments Committee itself is recommending.
Okay. And then in terms of, so if we're using a search firm, or I'm trying to understand, so if you're trying to look at resources, for like one of the examples that I've looked at was there's an organization called the Institute of Corporate Directors, Catalyst and Women in Capital Markets, and they provide organizations that are looking for board members, women in this case, a database of prospective appointees. And at the clerk's office, I'm just trying to understand, because I can't see reflective in either report that we're looking at today, what type of database like that, if any at all, that the clerk's office is using.
Sure. Madam Speaker, one of the things, again, that we do in the clerk's office is we conduct research, outreach to the types of organizations that you've mentioned, or that the councillor has mentioned. And we do a very thorough job of trying to source candidates from all walks of life in the city. And I would say since the program relaunched in 2014, we've done a pretty good job of that, and have a pretty strong network of organizations to draw on at the moment.
Okay. But you don't list them in the report?
We have from time to time, but Madam Speaker, I would take it from the question that would be useful data to council. That's something we can do in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you. I don't need to speak.
Okay. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be moving a motion. This is item 4.1 with respect to the Toronto Transit Commission. That City Council amend Civic Appointments Committee recommendation 1 by deleting the name Julie Osborne and replacing the name with Christopher Matthews. Madam Speaker, I'm not telling any secrets here, because Mr. Matthews' LinkedIn account is public, and anyone can read it now.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, I'd like a ruling from the clerk on this, notwithstanding the fact that someone put something on LinkedIn, the qualifications on one's resume should still remain private.
Yes.
I would like a ruling on that, because we're actually opening up a whole can of worms going forward in terms of people's personal information.
Yes.
Oh, and also, my understanding as well as with LinkedIn, you have to get permission from the person to look at their profile. I'm not on LinkedIn, but I mean, that's my understanding.
John, did you want to?
Madam Speaker, Council's policy is that since 2014 has been that people who are recommended for appointments are done publicly, and that's accompanied with biographical information. When all the candidates are provided with a privacy statement when they apply, which outlines that the events that are happening right now could occur. So they're given advance and they sign an undertaking that they understand that.
So, is it in order, Madam Chair, to state information that is on purple paper for that to be raised in council?
No, I don't think, that's not in order, no.
Thank you.
On purple paper?
Well, the information on the resume,
Well, just a sec, Counselor. The clerk is saying, yes, it is.
it is in order? Yes?
That was my point.
I just need, I mean, if
Well-
it is, then let's be clear on this.
But this is what the clerk is saying.
Well, can I please, can Mr. Elvidge be a little bit more clear?
Madam Speaker, council's policy is that when people are recommended for appointment to boards, their name and biographical information, i.e. the things that qualify them to be appointed, are done publicly.
So their complete resume, all that, this is no longer purple, this is now white?
I would say the information is the information that is contained in the report from the committee. There is biographical information about each of the recommended candidates. That information of that nature is public.
Thank you, that's fine.
But that's not everything else. It's not like the scoring and all.
No.
Okay?
I'm back to having the floor. So, Madam Speaker, these are two highly qualified candidates. The people named in my motion, both are highly qualified, and both are people whom I admire. There's nothing nefarious here. I didn't have any gotcha questions to ask before moving this motion, but I will explain my actions. Both of these people are highly qualified, and there were more highly qualified people. But I asked to have a look at the shortlisted and highly qualified candidates, as councillors are wont to do whenever they have a concern, because I have had feedback myself in the community about needing, in the case of the Toronto Transit Commission, because of its usage in our community, to make sure that we are especially reflective. We're very lucky this time. I've been on the Transit Commission at a time when I was entirely alone as a woman. That's not the case anymore. There are women on this committee, and so that gender diversity is there at last. But we have had constant feedback that we have a young and growing business community, talented individuals that are using transit every day, choosing to live the lifestyle that is 100% transit, and they're not being reflected on the board, particularly when we make our appointments from outside. There is no citizen appointment under 55 on this board, and hasn't been since we went back to having citizens. The person that I found when I asked to have a look at the highly qualified, shortlisted, and interviewed, I limited myself to the interviewed candidates. Mr. Matthews is the Senior Manager of Strategic Initiatives and Applied Analytics and Innovation at the Royal Bank of Canada. He's been a diversity fellow. If you don't know about Diverse City, it's a civic action initiative. He has been one of those fellows. It's one of the reasons I think probably he has such an up-and-coming career. He's been a Senior Manager of Planning, Metrics, Analytics, and International Banking. He has worked for CGI, Capital Markets. That's their business. And that's the work in which we're engaged in TTC. So he's very similarly qualified to Ms. Osborne. I have great admiration for Ms. Osborne. I have nothing against her. I'm simply moving this motion because I feel a responsibility as a commissioner to actually respond to the feedback that I've had multiple times over the years, that we're not appointing civic people when they're qualified who represent a younger demographic, the growing ridership of the transit system, that we're not always adequately representing the racial diversity of the ridership on that transit, the management on that transit, and our community on the whole. And Mr. Matthews has openly disclosed that he is a black person, and he identifies as LGBTQ. He's in fact been a director of Proud Politics. He's an active person in our community in this regard. And so I think that is an asset on our board. He has some qualifications in publicly being engaged in those types of activities that is not represented on our board. whereas Ms. Osborne would join an already very blue-chip business panel. That we have, but there are a couple of qualifications that Mr. Matthews offers that would represent a real change in the way we populate the Toronto Transit Commission. And so, while I'm not a fan of the fact that we have these debates in public now, they're transferring one candidate for another, this too is a part of the process that begins back at the application point of view, goes through the Civic Appointments Committee. This too, this final vetting is part of the process.
Thank you. Your time's up. Councillor Karygiannis, did you want clarification of the motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like clarification to the councillor. Please help me understand why you're moving this motion. I heard you, but don't you have confidence in the committee and your colleagues here that they came up with a decision? Are you trying to say that you don't have their confidence?
Oh, I have confidence in this committee, absolutely have confidence in this committee, but part of the process of civic appointments is its last stop, its final vetting, is you and I. We're not on the committee, but part of the process is lastly it comes here, and we have access to the information they had, so that if we want to take that extra sober thought, we're allowed. And if we want to propose a change, this is the room in which you and I are allowed to do that.
Hey, that's not clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
She did answer
Well,
that she doesn't have
was the answer to the question.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, Mayor Tory.
Would be clarification of the motion. Would it be, do you think, consistent with the intention of the process that every single appointment, if people chose to do that, should be the subject of motions like this? Are you content with that? That every time if somebody had an idea, oh, I think somebody's better than somebody else, after all this process, that's what we should be heading towards, is what you're doing here today?
Well, Mayor Tory, with respect, that is the reason that it makes a stop here, to allow that Council of the Whole does have the right and the ability to do this. Now, it is not my, as you know, not my habit. We've been working together for more than 4 years here. It's not my habit to do that every time, nor will it be in the future. But it is my right, on occasion, if I find reason, and in this case I did, this is where I can do it, because I'm not on the Civic Appointments Committee. I've never been chosen to perform that task.
Nor am I. I'll start moving them too.
Okay. Councillor Robinson, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I haven't been a Mrs. in years.
Good comeback. Excellent comeback. So I sat on civic appointments for the last 2 terms and participated actively, chaired some of the various committees. I'm not on it this term, but what I did witness is interested councillors coming in and watching the proceedings. My question to you, Councillor Carroll, is you seem to be very interested in this. You sit on the TTC board. Did you go and participate in the process?
No, I did not. And that's why I'm so glad that this, what we're doing right now, is built into and is part of the process. Because, as you know, we now have double duties, and we aren't able to be everywhere at all times. And that's why I love that this is part of the process. I will, as part of my answer, suggest that if this is a problematic part of the process, perhaps you want to refer a motion to Special Governance Committee saying, get rid of this part. Don't even bring it to council. That's the reason it comes to council. In case one of the members of council who's not on the committee wants to take this action, this is where I have the right to do so and nowhere else. Had I attended that committee meeting, all I can do is observe.
Correct.
I can't even speak. Only here can I exercise the right that I am exercising right now. I agree that it's awkward, but this is where I have that right.
Did you, as many of the members do, spend weekends and evenings reviewing the resumes, painstakingly going through the resumes and the credentials? Did you participate?
No, it wasn't a weekend.
No, I wasn't
it was
actually
a Monday.
finished. I wasn't finished.
Sure. Oh, sorry.
So did you review the resumes or review the lists and lists of candidates? I'm just asking you if you participated in the process. from
this-
that detail?
This process, no, but I have a keen appreciation for it because I've done it in the past. I once spent 3 days reviewing these types of binders to choose a citizen environmental assessment panel for solid waste, the CEO for TAF, everyone in the music business applied to be on the Music Advisory Committee, and Councillor Thompson and I, on a snowed-in weekend, sat and read every binder and then interviewed every darn one of them, and I know
were they
everyone in the
overturned-
business.
Were they overturned by council?
I
Your
think
decisions?
one of them was actually.
Was overturned. What was that
The
example?
Music Advisory. One of them was. I would have to look it up for you, but one of them was. Because this is not the first time this has ever happened.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise just in praise of the process, in that we attracted some wonderfully qualified candidates. Wonderfully qualified candidates. 3 of them have been talked about today. All bring a different perspective to the table, sure, but very qualified. The staff had a look at their resume. We had the opportunity to conduct interviews. The one place I would caution council, and first I should say, we get into this debate every single time. I remember Councillor Pasternak on several occasions rising in last term in defense of the decisions of the Civic Appointments Committee. This isn't a personal thing. This is if we wanted the Civic Appointments Committee, if we wanted this to be a rubber stamp, we delegate authority to them. We don't. If we actually want to not have a say, we would remove council entirely from that process. We have not, because this is the opportunity for all of us collectively to say, yes, we all have faith in, or a majority of us have faith in the individuals moving forward. We don't all have to agree about the decisions of the Civic Appointments Committee. We don't. Or else then why don't we just let the striking committee make all these decisions, because they're putting together the Civic Appointments Committee. Now, the reality is we have this process in front of us. We have certain goals as a city. One in particular is diversity on our boards. 52% of Toronto residents aren't white. And in the application process, 42% of applicants were not white. But only 28% of our appointments are of non-white individuals. That means that of the 54% of applicants who are white, 72% of our public appointments are white. 72%. This is not to say that any of the individuals aren't qualified that are being discussed today, but it's to say that we need to practice what we preach, and we need to do everything we can to allow qualified individuals of different backgrounds, different understandings, to be on the committee. That gives faith in the public. Now, the chair of the committee is going to get up and say, this is the individual that's being discussed to remove from the committee is a woman. That's also about gender equity, and it is. But when you look at the makeup of the TTC board, I really want you to listen to this. When you look up the makeup, there are 5 men and 4 women currently and 1 vacancy. Of the public appointments, they are all white. All of them. There is not a single voice from the community that's not white. And if you ride the TTC, you know that's not a reflection. Something needs to sit here and be uneasy. The reason why you're feeling that in your stomach right now isn't because you're hungry because it's 6. It's because something about this is wrong, dead wrong, that we're not having those voices. Again, not to say that any of the 3 individuals is unqualified. They scored well in the city's test, and they did well in their interviews. But none of the public appointments on this committee are of a person of color. We have the opportunity to appoint someone that is to provide much needed diversity in that role, as well as the additional frame of identifying as being from the LGTB community, which we also don't have representative on the TTC. Now, it's all well and good to say that we should listen to that this is an overall picture, that our goals of diversity should be all-encompassing. It's all well and good to say, but it's lost when appointment after appointment after appointment, we don't use every opportunity to put skilled people from diverse backgrounds into these roles. It's wrong. And that's why I'll be supporting Councillor Carroll's motion.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will also be supporting Councillor Carroll's motion. I think it's very important, Madam Speaker, for Council to remember that it was not too long ago that we adopted the historic report and a strategy to confront anti-Black racism in the City of Toronto. And it was a very, I think, it was a timely document. There were 800 participants that came out to share with us, Torontonians of African descent, to share with us all the ways that we needed to, as a corporation, as a council, to address the structural and systemic barriers that Black individuals and residents of Toronto are facing. And there were a series of recommendations that specifically spoke to the heart of why people feel excluded, especially those who are of African descent. Recommendation number 11 and 19 talked about creating a culture of change at City Hall. Recommendation number 15 talked about connecting decision-making for the Black community to City Hall and also to our ABCCs, specifically around the Commission, would be a great example of us demonstrating that that strategy can be implemented. Recommendations 6, 10, 11, and 17 talked about improving customer service to Torontonians of African descent. All of this really speaks to the fact that if we don't have people who represent the communities that we are hoping to serve, provide programs and services to, then we are failing as a council. And diversity is much more than just gender. Diversity is also about all the different social locations that come together. And the candidate that Councillor Carroll has moved actually speaks to a number of communities, just as Councillor Layton has spoken to, that is not represented on the TTC at all. No one there is under age 55. No one is white. No one belongs to the LGBTQ community. I also want to note, Madam Speaker, that it wasn't too long ago that it was unveiled that the TTC transit officers were still engaged in carding, a discriminatory practice that the Toronto Police had already put aside, knowing that it was actually causing harm to a community. If there was going to be any critical analysis on how to proceed and move forward from this practice, to cease the practice, and also how to right the wrong, you got to have people at the table that are affected. And if they're not included in those discussions, Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to watch the problems perpetuate. So this is why I think the recommendation and the motion from Councillor Carroll is actually quite agreeable. It actually makes a lot of sense. Communities that don't see themselves represented in government, they don't feel connected to government. And if they're not here making those decisions, there's a very good chance that the services and the programs that we are trying to deliver are not reaching them, not well, not adequately. And this is why I think it's very important for all of us to support Councillor Carroll. And this is in no way to take anything away from Ms. Osborne. But it is the right thing to do, and this is what being an ally looks like. And not doing so, this is what anti-Black racism looks like. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We put our names forward to sit in different committees, and those committees were asked to do work and we're brought binders, we're brought forward binders from the staff, and we look them over, and we go to our work, and we debate, and we argue with each other, and then we come forward with a consensus. And striking committee, the Civics Appointment Committee, done its work, and they came forward with an appointment. I understand that we don't need to rubber stamp every appointment, but one should question what's behind not wanting to allow the work that your colleagues did to stand. One should go and question what is the alternative motive. I'm not sure what the motive is. I sit on that commission, and I see the faces from the TDC Commission around us. However, we have to entrust the people that we appointed to the different committees, because when we don't, then we tell them that we know better than they do. We do not value the work that they do, and that's looking down at our colleagues. So, not sure the woman or the man, I have no invested interest. I haven't met them, I haven't read their bios, and I really don't care. However, colleagues, I say to you the following. Let's not start undermining each other. We belong to different committees, and we should trust the work that the committees are doing. Therefore, I suggest to you wholeheartedly that you should be supporting the decision of the committee.
Thank you. Last speaker, Deputy Menon Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just first thing, I didn't rise in a point of order, but I would say that the TTC isn't entirely white. I consider myself of Chinese descent, and to say that the board's entirely white, I think, is not entirely accurate.
Would like to look at the tape. I referred to the citizen members as being.
Okay, fair enough.
He did.
So the first place I want to start is this. So we've got, I think, 9 members on the commission. Chair Robinson's a woman. Councillor McKelvey. Joanne De Laurentiis, that's 4. There's myself, Councillor Bradford, Alan Heisey, and Commissioner Lalonde, that's 4. So this decision, I think we should... Oh, pardon me, Councillor Carroll, I had you on my list. I just ran... Yeah, sorry about that, Councillor Carroll. And Councillor Carey-Janis. But by putting another woman on, that's going to bring the numbers up pretty high. Councillor Carey-Janis, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50%. One of the most important committees on agencies or boards on council, we will have achieved 50% gender diversity. And that, I think that's something to celebrate, quite frankly. And I can tell you that was one of the things on my mind when I went into that committee room and when I was selecting the people who I wanted on. I knew I wanted to, for myself, I knew I wanted to have one person selected. My preference was, if the person interviewed well, I wanted one of those people to be a woman. And we got Julie Osborne, and no one is questioning her qualifications, but I think that's great. And so let's celebrate that fact. Let's vote for her and let's support her. With regard to the process, which people have talked about, I do want to talk about this as chair of the committee. I think if you're really interested in it, I think you should come to the committee. And I'm going to thank my members for, it's a long day. You know, when you've got, 12, not necessarily in this case, I can't remember how many people we interviewed, but it's a long day sitting in there. You can't leave. You have to sit through every single interview. And so I can understand why, if you're on the panel, then you're kind of concerned. Councillor Pasternak was on the panel. He knows what it's like in the hours that you put in. And so when this council second guesses, I can understand why members of the committee will be upset. And then the third point I want to make about when I think intervention is necessary is if we make an egregious mistake, then I think there's an argument there to intervene. and there's a stronger argument for someone to say that person's wrong, that person's bad, let's send it back. But in this case, I think there's a general acceptance that we have two good candidates. And so I think when you already know you have a good candidate recommended, and no one has said that this person is not qualified, that this council should keep the recommendation of the committee. So for all those reasons, most importantly, because she's a great candidate, she'll be great on the commission, and I've talked to the chair, and we're all excited about her coming on, and we think that she's going to make a great contribution. I hope you'll support committee recommendations.
Thank you. So on the motion, put on the screen, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 8 to 16.
Okay. On the report on the item, on favor? Recorded.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay. Next one is CA 4.2, which is the library board. Do we have questions? Councillor Ainslie, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would have been the same set of questions as the last item, so I'm going to stand down.
All right. To speak, Councillor Ainslie, do you want to speak? You held the item down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I sit on the library board. I want to thank the committee for all the work that they do. One of the things I'm kind of surprised about, I've been on the library board now for 12 years. I really enjoy it. I enjoy the diversity of the work we do, the city we have. I was a little surprised at the end results of the overall selection of this committee, the board of directors, so today we're appointing a man. So the composition of the board of directors, so that there's 11 people on the board of directors. We're going to have 3 women and 8 men overall, including all the councillors. So I'm a little surprised at the ratio. One of the things, I know it can't be fixed today or looked at today, but I think, in the discussions and the talks with the clerk's department that I had today was that our gender equity policy only applies to our corporate boards. It doesn't apply to the 2 boards we're looking at today, the library board and the transit commission. I think that certainly needs to be looked at. I think we need to enhance our gender equity policy. I think we need to look at what we can do around a gender diversity policy. Even the formatting of this, it's a little difficult for me as a city councillor. In the report, both these reports say that there's a confidential attachment. When I went to my staff and I said, where are the confidential attachments? They said, well, you have to go upstairs to the clerk's floor if you want to look at any of the resumes or the reports or anything like that. The other difficulty I looked at, on the library board, we had a set of criteria that we sent into the Civic Appointments Committee. There's no clear explanation really of how that criteria is met or dealt with. I think that's something we need to look at as well. So those are my comments. I'm going to be doing some more work on this, moving it forward and talking with the clerk's department, and go forward from there. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I do have a motion. I move that City Council refer the item back to the Civic Appointments Committee for further consideration. To be clear, I want to make sure that everyone who applied to be on the library board or for any of our agencies, boards, and commissions is to be thanked. It's a brave and important thing to put your name forward, to serve, to help make Toronto a great city. Absolutely, and that includes the candidate that's in front of us. I think it's remarkable that that individual put their name forward and wanted to serve the City of Toronto. Next, I want to say that, despite the fact that we were told by the clerk in reference to the previous item that you can discuss some of the resume aspects, I want to remind you there are other aspects to the process around grouping the resumes in certain ways, around scoring systems, around information that comes to light during the interviews. And I didn't hear from the clerk that we have permission to discuss all of that. You'll recall when we were in camera, some issues in that broader box about this particular process did come to light. And it's based on that I'm suggesting that the Civic Appointments Committee take another look and perhaps propose somebody else. There are some astonishingly well-qualified people that are available to the Library Board. I should also point out, I'm on the Library Board now. The next thing I wanted to say, in order to forestall some of the questions that showed up last time, I've served on committees to nominate people to the Board of Health. I've served on committees to evaluate people for some of our tribunals, our tribunal bodies. I've served on a process to appoint people to the Toronto Atmospheric Fund. And in many instances, the advice that the committees I was on were challenged here at Council. And in some occasions, by some of the very self-same people who during the last debate said, oh no, you can't have Council override the hard work of members of those committees. I find it frankly astonishing. In law, the decisions about these very important bodies and how they're governed actually is, in many cases, our responsibility, and we choose to delegate some of that responsibility for winnowing the list down from the very many hundreds of people who apply to something that we can consider Council. We delegate that authority, but we retain the authority to make the final decision. I find it astonishing that some members of this Council would say that Council as a whole should never review the decision of a committee. If you look at it, with the exception of the notices of motion, that's the only thing we do in Council, is debate advice from committees. That's literally the way we've set it up. We ask a subgroup of councillors to go do some preliminary work and make a recommendation to us. Every item that you have in front of you that wasn't a notice of motion got here that way. So I find it kind of galling that anyone on Council would suggest that it's not our job to do this, and that you only have a right to an opinion if you attended the committee meeting. I mean, I've seen people move motions, today on committee that they didn't show up to. I've even seen a member of a committee who didn't attend when we debated a certain item make a motion on that item that changed it. I mean, it's just galling, that line of argument. So don't try that on me. Now, returning to the matter at hand. Again, I want to say that the individual whose name was put forward does bring some great value. I do want to say that when we had the conversation in private, some matters came up, we discussed them, and it's based on those matters that we discussed in camera that I'm recommending that the Civic Appointments Committee take another look. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Carroll.
I didn't know where you wanted us to put speaking to the referral.
Oh, okay. So on the referral, if you wanted to speak, Councillor Carroll, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It will only take me 2 minutes. I will only say that if the approach that I took in the appointment that I was concerned about was so disturbing for people, this is another strategy. And if this makes people feel like they're not second-guessing committee, they're leaving it in their hands, it seems to me voting for this motion would be how you prove that this is a better approach. I'll be happy to support this motion because people seem to think that the approach I took, which was within my right, is not a good one. This is an alternative. Let's try it.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to urge members to vote against the deferral. As you may or may not remember, that this is the second round of interviews that we've done, so we've already done this twice. So the first time was for the library for all the library board members. And so we went through the interviews, we made recommendations to council, and then during that process, one of the candidates stepped away because he had a conflict. His company did work for the library board. So we had to send it back, and we had to go through a second round. So we've had one meeting where we selected all the candidates, then we went and did all those interviews, and then sent it back again. The second time around, we had to sit down and pick more resumes, and then have a second round of interviews. And throughout that process, with all due respect to Councillor Ainslie, never during that time did when we had actually selected everybody but one, never did we hear from Councillor Ainslie that he preferred, or from the CEO of the library, that they would like and they would prefer someone of diversity. Never heard, not a word. First time I've heard it on this council floor. And he's just a couple doors down from me on C Street. Yeah, we'd already made those choices. So I would say vote against the deferral. We have a candidate, and I'll save my speech if the deferral does not pass.
Thank you. Okay, so on Councillor Perks' motion, recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7 to 18.
Councillor Carroll to speak?
No, is this on the main motion?
It's on the library board, yes.
Yes, yes. On the main motion, Madam Speaker, I simply wanted to add to my comments in item number 1 of this committee that if you do have questions about these appointments, one of the greatest things that we have at our disposal is the clerk's department that leads this process, along with the councillors appointed to this committee. As soon as I said I wanted to have a look at the materials, I didn't have to run around. They came to me. It is their job, and they take it very, very seriously. So if you can't attend a committee meeting, you do have the ability, and that too is our right. That is a part of this process. And so there is no need to think that you're not allowed into this process just because you don't sit on that committee. That's why I find it so troubling that it's starting to seem as if council giving any kind of feedback in this committee, in this council chamber, as to what we're looking for, what our goals are in terms of meeting our own charters and our own policies. When we give that feedback in this room, which is where we're supposed to give that feedback, it doesn't seem to get back to the chair and his members that that's something they may want to keep in mind. They seem offended that we are giving feedback that we need to see more of one thing or another. Where then should I give that feedback? Well, it sounds like the chair had a chat with a member who's outside the committee, but here he doesn't want to say that he's had that chat. In this committee, you're not supposed to talk about it or move a motion. It would appear that we actually don't have a process that ends with the elected representatives all having an ability to meet our diversity goals. And I'm becoming very, very concerned about it, to the point where at the next council session, I probably will have a written notice of motion that goes to Special Governance Committee to question why we're having these debates in the council chamber at all.
Last speaker, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
There are no other motions, are there?
No.
There are no motions?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
CC 5.7, 1245 DuPont. Councillor Bailao.
I believe I have a motion. So this is a motion that I worked with staff. It's just on the timing of the security to be paid. This is to build our brand-new community center that will be coming as a first phase of this development.
Okay. On the amendment, on favor? Carried. On the item as amended, on favor? Carried. Okay, our last item is MM 5.2, which Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you held down. Expanding the city's housing allowance. Do you have questions? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, I do, and I realize it's late, but this is an important, it's an important issue for me, and I think it's an important issue for this chamber, so I'll try to be quick, and if members of council can indulge me. I have questions of the Chief Financial Officer. What's the average price of a house in the City of Toronto?
$450,000. A house or? Yeah.
The home. The home. I think you gave that information.
I did, and I don't have it handy, so if you...
It's $600,000, right?
It's approximately 600,000, yes.
Yes, and so it's called rhetorical questions.
This is right.
And so let me ask you this: the amount of taxes that house would pay would be how much?
Approximately $3,200.
That's
Pl-
32
And then on top of that, there is an educational levy.
Right. So that's over 10 years, $32,000. And so let's say on a $3 million house, how much taxes would be paid?
Approximately 18,000.
So over 10 years, that's 180,000. So then it would be fair to say that that $3 million house over, let's say, 10 years, as an average, pays $150,000 more in taxes, more in property taxes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this report is asking them to pay more. Yes?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, how many beds have we added to our shelter system in the last 5 years, I would say?
Through the chair, since 2016, we've added approximately 3,000 shelter beds.
3,000 beds. And what's the cost of a shelter bed per night?
Through the chair, the operating costs are about $100 a night.
I just want to, can I ask my colleagues to, can you repeat that, the cost of a shelter bed per night?
The operating costs are approximately $100 a night.
Okay. And we've, because the pressure has been so high, we bought some domes, right? Can you share the cost of the capital cost of the domes?
Through the chair, they've been just under $3 million to put up in terms of capital costs.
And how much is a night?
Through the chair, the operating costs are very similar, staffing, food, all of those different things. The capital costs are quite different.
Okay. Are we seeing the pressure being reduced on our shelter system, or?
Through the chair, the pressure continues to be high. We saw about 25,000 people come through the shelter system last year.
Okay. Did we have a pilot project with housing allowances targeted at dealing with shelter users last year?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have been targeting those allowances to the chronically homeless, people who have been homeless longer than 6 months.
Has it worked?
Through the chair, yes, it has been a successful tool to help us get some people housed.
And remind us again the value of that housing allowance?
They range from $250 to $600, depending on the allowance, but the average would be about $400.
So $400 could go up to $600 a month?
That's correct.
Versus $100 a night?
That's correct.
Okay. And We are actually, a lot of the housing allowances that the city now has been the result of provincial federal funding, which is coming to an end, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. The housing allowances are being funded by a combination of the province and the federal government, and we administer them.
So the pressure in our system continues. One of the tools that we're using to assist people leaving the shelter system will come to an end in a month or two, and that's it.
So to be clear, we have a spending plan for approximately 6,000 housing allowances to 2024, but we won't be adding any new ones in a couple of months.
Yes. Thank you.
Cue Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Oh.
You held it.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just telling my colleague, Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson, the first election campaign that I was in was way back in 1975, and I was, Bill Davis won a minority government that year, and I was just handing out leaflets in my community, and I was 11 years old. But one slogan stuck in my mind. It was the Marxist-Leninist candidate who said their campaign slogan was, "Make the rich pay." And that's what we're doing here. We're making the rich pay. When these folks have big homes, sure they have big homes, $3 million. But why should we be asking them to pay when they already pay so much in taxes? Surely to goodness, if we need extra money, we should be able to find some other way to pay for it. And one particular way that, just one idea just came from the floor when Councillor Bailão asked, how much does it cost a night? One night for the homeless is $100. Start there. Find some savings there, and maybe we can pay for a few other things.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, when Councillor Cressy first proposed this, and I read about it, I'll allow them just to finish their conversation. When I first heard about this, I heard about it over the media, and I kind of caught the narrative of it. And what came through to me, and I imagine other viewers, was that we wanted to use the municipal land transfer tax to support a higher tier on the tax to pay for the housing allowance. And while I'm absolutely convinced that this housing allowance is a necessary part of helping people obtain housing that's affordable, the idea of using the land transfer tax or creating a tier in the land transfer tax actually it cost Councillor Cressy my vote on this. And I'll tell you why. I don't think, and this is, by the way, not the same argument as Councillor Denzil Minnan-Wong was making. I fundamentally think it's going to be a problem for us if we continue to nail down important priorities that we have on the land transfer tax. It is a cash cow, but it's an unpredictable one. And we are going to see, I suspect, more and more, that it's not going to bring in the revenue that we hope for, that we dream of. Certainly not what it used to. And I just don't think that we should continue to pin things that services that we want to provide to something that we really have no control over and isn't going to grow with the economy. So that being said, though, then I read the recommendation, I spoke with Councillor Cressy. And the recommendation, to paraphrase, says to look at the municipal land transfer tax, as to include it, but not simply that. It could be something else. It could be another way. And I think if all of us agree that the housing allowance is important, even if we disagree with what the revenue tool will be to fund it, I think that we should move it and put it on the table and ask for a report, and then have a debate about what the appropriate funding mechanism is. I'll just kind of go on the record again by saying I hate the land transfer tax. I just think I don't like it. It's not predictable. It's not a good tax. There are others that I have supported and prefer. I look forward to weaning us off the land transfer tax. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Bradford, and I have been working on this motion. And actually, the conversation started around the time when, once again, we were discussing the pressure on the shelter systems a few months ago. And we started talking that in order to deal with the pressure in the shelter system, the answer is supportive housing and affordable housing. And we continue to want to invest in that. And we continue to want to build that, but that is going to take time. And then we have this program that was done last year that we know it works. And in order to deal with the shelter system in an efficient way, you need to tackle the inflow and the outflow. You need to reduce the inflow and do a much better job in the outflow. And we have something that through a pilot project that was done last year, that is a lot more cost-effective, that we know that we can use on average from $400, some of them are $600, versus $100 a night, house people in a much more humane way, and we can actually start putting a dent, hopefully, into this issue. So we thought this is the most humane, the most economical, the best way to start dealing with the pressure that we continuously see in our system. Last year, we had to go by the domes. We have something that, again, $100 a night, here we go, because we have to deal with this pressure. Why not try to house people? And we know that it doesn't work for everybody in the shelter system, but we know that it works for a number of them. We have proof that it can work. So let's work with our nonprofit sector. Let's work with the staff here and make sure that we actually have a targeted program that actually alleviates the pressure that we're having in our shelter system and houses people in a much more humane way.
Thank you. Oh.
With regards to the funding source, we felt the responsibility
this is the last item.
We felt the responsibility of presenting a way to pay for it. Okay. And like Councillor Matlow said, we said, let's explore this option. Let's explore other options. Let's look at options to pay for it. But we felt that it was important to find a way to pay for this. And we find that paying for housing would just make sense.
Okay, so this is a report request. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Well, much like Councillor Matlow, I support the program, money going here, but not the source of the funds. If Councillor Cressy was to change it to that we explore the possibility of a land speculation tax, I'd vote for it with both hands, but I can't vote for land transfer tax. So I'll leave it to you whether that's a friendly amendment or not.
I believe that the motion was amended, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Karygiannis?
Call the question.
Call the question. Question's been called. Yeah, there's only one speaker left.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
This is where you know if you have friends.
The motion to call the question does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
Oh, you've got a lot of friends. Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Sorry.
You voted the wrong way?
I don't even know what that vote was about, to be honest. I thought we're doing the vote. I voted yes. Okay. Very briefly, I will just say that it's been great working with Councillor Cressy and Deputy Mayor Bailau on this motion. The idea here is a report with more information on potential revenue tools, one of which, of course, is the MLTT, to look at providing more housing allowances. We know that we have an affordability challenge in this city. We know that we have a housing challenge in this city. what I like about the notion of pairing potentially an MLTT or something similar with the housing allowances is the flexible nature of that policy, the flexible nature of that program. So while I appreciate and agree with Councillor Matlow and others that we need to find a way to take ourselves off of MLTT from an operating standpoint and put that towards capital, the flexible nature of this program really allows us to respond to the revenue that's coming in from that upper band and direct that towards housing allowances as we go each year. So that, from that perspective, makes a lot of sense of having those two components tied together. But we're gonna hear more from staff. We're gonna have a report with recommendations on, I suspect, a series of tools, how well that would actually fit in this instance, or maybe not. And then we'll have an opportunity to look at it again. We understand that those housing prices have gone up over 300% over the past decade, and so it makes sense to take another look at some of those bands and what we can do, because we have to do more, and the housing allowance program is certainly an effective way, as we heard with Deputy Mayor Bailau's questions, that it's a lot cheaper for us to keep people in their housing than to have them going in and out of the shelter system, and so that's what we're trying to do with this motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So on, Mayor Tory.
Just to say I'm going to support this. I'm against using the land transfer tax, but it says including but not limited to, so I assume they'll come up with lots of other options to pay for something that I think is a very worthwhile initiative to look into.
Yeah, and it was amended for that. I can't remember, who was the mayor that brought in the land transfer tax? Right. On the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Ainsley, your vote, please.
Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item is adopted 18-7.
Okay. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. This committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments. Move that.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes,
You have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move that leave be granted to introduce bills 460 to 517 and 519 to 552. Thank you.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Perks, and Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Bradford, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Ford, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Councillor Crawford, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Thank you. Yes, I do. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion proceedings of City Council Meeting 5 on March 27th and 28th, 2019.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crawford, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perruzza?
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Ford. Councillor Bailao, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please, and Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council. Motion to adjourn. Thank you.